Welcome to the Eastland match of the round. It's Noble Park versus Rowville. Round one for Premier Division this afternoon out at Pat Wright Senior Oval. What a game this is going to be. It doesn't get much better than this. The two sides, a bit of a Premier Division Grand Final rematch between Noble and Rowville. So thanks for joining us, whether that's streaming live on Facebook and YouTube or listening in on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM for the entire afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League. Joined this afternoon in the pre-game by Josh Ward and Wayne Brasher. And Josh, you'll be calling this game. I believe this is your, I think it's your first Premier Division game.
Yes, it is.
Calling, which is
no pressure on me.
No pressure. You picked a good one. Probably the best game to start with.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. As I said on the weekend forecast yesterday, you couldn't have picked a better round one clash. We had a kick-off last weekend with Balwyn and Blackburn, the traditional Good Friday clash, but you couldn't have picked a better one. Noble, Rowville, Southeast rivals, Premier Division Grand Final rematch, and it's already been an entertaining day so far.
Oh, it has. If you are down at the ground, you would have seen it. I think it was a Brash. It was a Noble Park win on the side, or with about 5 seconds left, a goal kicked, and then there was a bit of pushing around and pushing and shoving on the ground after. But I believe that was a Noble win.
Yeah, well, it is, but
there was something with the scoreboard that.
Well, it said a draw on the scoreboard, and I was actually watching to see whether the goal umpires have waved the flags, because once they wave the flags to the scoreboard, that's actually the official score.
Yeah.
So it said a draw. I'll wait until.
We won't call it without knowing, but
no, being 100%. But let's just say. Bit of first round one testosterone was flying around there after
there was always going to be a bit of drama here with these two sides. We saw what happened last year, the 4 times they played each other. Rowville won the 3 times, and then obviously in the grand final, Noble Park got the job done. And Brash, I believe you were out here at this ground last year when Noble had about a 6 or 7 goal lead in that second quarter, and incredible comeback from the Hawks that saw them win by 2 points in a thrilling finish.
Yeah, it was a game of 2 halves last year, and even though at half time, I remember Matty Fodio was out here with me, and it really was probably a game where we still felt that at half time that Noble Park were probably still two goals short of actually having the game really iced. They did actually keep the game open for Rowville, but to Rowville's, credit, they worked their way back into the contest and were really able in the second half to start running on top of the ground, and they were a lot more accurate, and the younger players really started to find some belief, and I think that if that doesn't, that will probably be once again is going to have to be the driving force for them come 2023.
Well, it was their biggest strength, Josh, last year, the younger players that came into the side. And, you can touch on a few. Eichhoff's one. Cooper McDonald had a fantastic year. And it's one thing that's really impressed me about the way they've gone about things. And it's, again, a pretty young side this year. But we're pretty lucky to be joined by Ben Wise here from the Rowville Football Club, the head coach. Ben, it's fantastic to have you here. It's a massive clash to start the season. I'm sure it's been a long time for you guys to get another crack at Noble, and I'm sure you're pretty excited with the lead up to during the week.
Yeah, it has been. Thanks, guys. Good to be here. It's great to finally be back playing round one footy, and there's nothing better than coming up against the ex-Premier or the Premier from last year. So, we're excited. We've got a different looking side coming in this week. So, yeah, it's just good to be out and having a crack now.
Absolutely, and there were a big focus last year that you guys had such a young side, which was so surprising to see them perform so well week in, week out, and a bit of consistency, which a lot of other sides struggled with. How do you go about those sort of players this season? Do you look to see those developing, and that's where where they can take you to the next level?
Yeah, 100%. I think we haven't gone out and recruited really strongly. We've obviously targeted needs. But yeah, in terms of what we need for us to get better is natural improvement from all the boys. A year stronger, another year in the gym, another year doing fitness. So it's about building their body, but it gives them a good understanding of the way I want to play, and the way we want to go about it, they're educated a lot more this year, and they can set up quicker and do it better. So that's the main thing we're looking for.
Ben, great to be chatting with you again. Now, one player that has departed the club, Alex Frawley, he's gone down to Coringal in the Mornington Peninsula. Is there anyone, a two-part question here, is there anyone that can fill the leadership void that he leaves? And is there anyone that can fill the void he leaves in midfield as well?
Oh, yeah, look, he's a hard person to replace. You can't really replace those guys, legends of the club. And in terms of looking after what he leaves behind, we've got a really good midfield mix. We've got plenty of guys that can go through there and play that role. And that's why we probably went after him. Matty Martini from East Burwood. He's a really talented young guy with a really strong body. So, he'll come in and play the mix a little bit where Alex used to play. And then in terms of leadership, you probably can't replace that. It's something that you've got to develop, and leaving a void of what he leaves behind, it just gives an opportunity for someone else to take his place.
And speaking of leaders as well, a young leader in Cal Verrill, I believe he's making his senior debut today, Eastern Rangers captain last year, I believe. So just how exciting is it to have, I think, 2 Eastern Rangers captains on your list, and Cal making his debut today? Yeah,
him and Clarkie over the last couple. It's great for Cal. He's had a torrid run with injury. He's had, I think, two or three shoulder recos over the last 2 or 3 years. So just to get continuity in his body and his training, and, he did a VFL pre-season. So, he's excited. He's a young guy, just really keen, yapping at the bit. I'm really happy for him to just play his natural game and show his talent. That's why he's here.
Ben, it'd be unfair of us to actually make hay of, or not make hay, but actually rate Rowville's performance in 2022 based on the grand final, because I don't think that really was an accurate reflection of how well the season was for the side. We know that at the end of the year, when you get beaten in a grand final, the side wants to come back out and wants to get back to the promised land. But sometimes, is that sort of putting too much of an unexpected expectation on the group to be driven so hard to get back to the promised land?
Probably not. We accepted, I suppose, last year for us. No one gave us a go, so we were really the underdog all year, and we just worked really hard and focused on us, and I think having the expectation of this year of being a good side, and a lot of other sides are going to put work into our guys, and they've seen the way we play and want to move the footy, so they've got to combat that. That's what happens when you're a good footy side. You've got to make sure that you embrace whatever comes your way, and that's where we want to be. We want to be up at the top, and we want people to come at us each week, and we want the challenge.
I think one of the typical things, Ben, as you well know, and being a player in the past in this competition, round one games can be predictable in some ways, where one side will jump out to a quick start, like it did again when Balwyn played Blackburn last week, and then the onus is on the opposition when the conditioning runs out. Is that a sort of... would you rather that sort of game first up, or a more even tempoed game where it's sort of neck and neck and one side through superior fitness runs away in the last half?
Yeah, it's sort of hard, tough question to answer, mate. But it's round one's unexpected because everyone's done a summer and no one's seen. Sides are going to be different. Everyone's going to change the way they want to do. They make tinkers to their game plan, and for round one, I think it's always going to be hot. Regardless, so some sides might get ascendancy really early, and it's up to whether it's fitness or moves or strategy to get back into the game. It's that's what round one brings, the unexpected, and you just got to start really well and play your brand as much as you can.
Pre-season, were you happy with the pre-season form in the the games that you played, and were able to obviously put new players in new positions? Were you happy with what you saw? Yeah,
definitely. That's what pre-seasons are about. Exposing more young kids. We had a lot of our 19s come up and play against certain opposition that we come across. We played Wanty South, Darley from the Ballarat League, and Scobs, St Kevin's, and their quality opposition. They're all playing well in their own comps. So yeah, to be able to be tested against really good sides is what we want. You know, you want to be playing against the best all the time to see where you're at. It gives you a good indication coming into the year, but it also gets the boys prepped. So, yeah, I've been pretty happy with the response, especially after last year with the way we finished. It was unfortunate, good learning experience. We've dealt with that. We've moved on, and yeah, now we've just got to work really hard to get back to where we want to be.
And Ben, obviously both sides, yourself and Noble, are coming in with different teams compared to what you had in the grand final. And Martin, the news yesterday was pretty big for them and unfortunate. But they still have a lot of strength around the ground. And having played them 4 times last year, you probably have a fair idea of how they sort of play their football. What area of the ground are you sort of looking to maybe get on top of to make sure to limit their influence?
Oh, yeah, you want to get on top everywhere, don't you, really? Mate, they're a quality side and you know, they've got strengths on every line. So it's just about, you know, negating their strengths the best we can and then probably showing how good ours are and making sure that they're exceeding their defence. So, yeah, look, I suppose it's going to be a tussle, simple as that. You know, 1 and 2 from last year, they're going to have their moments in the game where they're going to be playing really strong footy, and we're going to have those moments as well. So it's about minimising their influence when they're on top and maximising ours. Ben, we appreciate for your time this afternoon. All the best today. A fantastic achievement last season, and we're really looking forward to seeing how the boys go this today and the rest of the year. No worries. Thanks, boys. Enjoy.
Thanks, Ben.
The senior coach of the Rowville Football Club, Ben Wise, and they really were the fairy tale story of season 2022. It wasn't the fairy tale finish, obviously, but to really, I mean, you said it well, Brash. We can't base their year on what happened on grand final day because apart from that game, they were by far the best side all season.
Well, they didn't actually. They were one of the very few sides last year that won all 9 games away. Their away fixture was perfect last year, and they had a 7-2 win ratio at home. So they only lost 2 games up to the grand final. So, like I said, it is so hard to make a judgment call on a side who achieved so much based on that one game. And the fact is that you look at that second semi-final result, they beat Noble Park by 36 points. Now, to beat Noble Park in a final by 36 points just shows you how far the club has actually progressed, because Noble Park's record in finals is second to none. And I think they've only missed finals maybe once or twice in the last 6 to 7 years. So, I mean, look, yes, as Ben said, other sides will have done some homework on them over the summer months, and obviously his players, his go-to players, are going to be put under more scrutiny. But I think in that case, I actually think it'll benefit them more than what a lot of people will realise.
I think so. And then, Josh, even this year in the pre-season, obviously we know what we thought of them before the start of the season. There wasn't a whole lot to go off after 2021 being interrupted and then no footy in 2020. But even this year, I don't think anyone really had them as the premiership favourite. I think we all tipped Noble Park, and obviously actually, let's touch on that now before we get into it. We did sort of mention it before, but on a Noble Park perspective, it's some really terrible news in the last couple of weeks with their prize recruit from Bond Beach, Shane McDonald, going down with an ACL injury. And then as early as, I believe, last week, it was announced yesterday online that Kyle Martin had done his ACL as well at training. So it's just, it's really unfortunate, so close to the start of the season. 2 of the I mean, we know Kyle Martin's probably the best player in this competition. And then you've got Shane McDonald, who's probably the best player in the league that he's just come from, and to lose both on one side, it's unfortunate for the club, and it's a shame. I mean, we were flat at the office yesterday because you want those quality players out on the park for every team, and to not have them there, Josh, it's really unfortunate.
It's cruel. It's really cruel, I reckon, as well. We're not going to be able to see 2 absolute superstars go about it, and you know, it hurts Noble Park a lot, especially their midfield, which is still a really strong midfield when you've got the likes of Jackson Sketcher and Chris Milne leading the way. It's still a remarkably strong midfield, but it's just unfortunate we don't get to see, well, the champion of the AFNL and probably the champion of the MPFNL, I beg your pardon, the last couple of years play on the one side as well. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, to listen to what Steve Hughes has to say about how he plans to fill the void those two leave, and see in action who steps up and fills that void.
Yeah, and I think Brash, the big thing is probably also that the two sides are coming in with a lot of changes from that Premier Division Grand Final. So it's a different looking team that for both teams. Obviously, the injuries there for Noble, and then Rowville, as Ben mentioned, have had a couple of changes too. Lockie Bynes not up forward.
Yeah, well, it is. And the other thing, I think, when you just look at it, Josh, on the surface, we know that two quality players are not there, but where it really does hurt Noble Park is in their rotations, their midfield rotations, because in essence, they're basically down two now in a rotation sense in experience.
Yeah, they are.
And because you look at Noble Park, and Kyle Martin was averaging 36 possessions last year, and I don't care what anybody says, you can't replace 36 possessions, and even if 60 to 70% of them were good possessions, you can't replace that.
Yeah, and that's still if it's 60-70% possession quality possessions, that's 22 to 25 disposals where they're usually effective, and it's very hard to replace. I feel like he was the one that was getting in and under, working the hardest of the three essentially the big three in Chris Milne, Jackson Sketcher, and Carl Martin. But yeah,
how much pressure do you think now that puts on? How much pressure do you think now that puts on Horton Mill and Sketcher, especially?
Yeah.
Who are going to have to carry that midfield now for the year,
Yeah.
right? They, in essence, you'd almost think that they can't afford to be off the ground as much as what they would have been.
No,
Does that mean would you sort of think now that they may be forced into maybe resting one of those two down in a forward pocket, or where they can get a breather and still be proactive?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to play a lot more midfield. They're going to have to play a lot more midfield minutes this year. I think they'll probably have to play, mainly for Sketcher, maybe off a half-back flank or a back pocket to get a little bit of rest as well, because his ball use will still be remarkably
And that's the thing.
effective.
And that's how do you, like I said, I mean, right, Jackson Sketcher will probably get the best half forward, or he'll be targeted by the opposition, and they'll put their best backman on him to try or even best forward on him to sort of negate. It seems odd, doesn't it? You put your best forward on to negate probably the best running half-back flanker in the comp.
Yeah, it's a very interesting call. It's very interesting how what coaches would do if they did put him off halfback and that sort of thing. And for Horton Milne as well, I think he's not going to be the number one midfielder. I reckon.
Well, Sketcher he will now probably have to move into the midfield rather than off the half bank. And if he does, he'll probably get the. I reckon Brolick might get him.
Yeah, it probably would be Brolick, or chances are it probably would be Brolick, or maybe Lachlan McDonald as well. They're both pretty big bodies as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how he steps up. And Horton Mill as well, though, he's proven he can be the number one midfielder in a side. He was that number one midfielder at Dingley, and he made Team of the Year. All 5 years he was down at the Dingoes. He won a league
premiership captain.
Yeah, and a premiership captain, and he's played in plenty of premierships as well. So he is that one midfielder that could potentially fill the void that Mann and McDonald leave in there.
Ryan, not only of Noble
In fact,
Park.
we're joined by Jared, I believe.
Oh, Jared.
G'day guys, how we doing?
Good, mate. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. It's so good to be back at local footy, finally. It's been a long
Taking you
off-season.
long enough.
Well,
yeah, I know.
It's good to have you back on, Jared. And the question I'm going to ask, I'll throw it to you first, Josh, before we go to Jared, just so he can get in on the conversation. Not only has Noble Park lost McDonald and Kyle Martin, but also the retirements of Ziggy Alwyn and Shane Allen from the forward liners. So that's also going to be a bit of an issue for Noble as well?
Well, now it is, because I was thinking maybe Shane McDonald, he's kicked, I think, over 550 plus goals in 270 plus games for Bombay over the last two decades. So he could have filled that void that Allen left and add something to the midfield as well. And you know, I still think for Noble Park, though, there is one player that's coming in that could potentially fill the void that Ziggy Alwyn leaves, and that's Jackson Casey. You know, he was captain the last 8 years, I believe, down there at Bomb Beach. From all reports, he's a good outside runner. He's listed on a half-back flank, but I won't be surprised seeing him potentially on a wing, and I think he can fill that void that Alwyn leaves. I was thinking McDonald could potentially, but it's hard to see anyone. Maybe Matt Clark, who he played plenty of footy down at Officer back in, you know, when they were playing in even the Casey Cardinia League, and he can kick goals. He's a proven goal kicker at senior level, but you know, I was thinking him, but it's a bit of a step up though, seeing if he can. He was playing reserves last year, but he hasn't played a senior game for Noble Park, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they replace Shane Allen.
Jared, what are your thoughts on these two sides? You had a good look at them last year. What do you think? Obviously, with these two big outs at the start of the season, plus the two retirements, do you think that really, and with Rowville being on the up, do you feel that this gives Rowville an even better chance of beating Noble Park today?
I think it does, but the thing we can't forget is that Noble Park, what we saw from them throughout all of last year, is that they were good all around the ground. They, had not a single player that you would ask sort of like, why are they out there playing Premier Division footy? Like every single one of them is honed and trained, and you wouldn't necessarily, look down the list and find a weak one amongst them. So those 4 stars that they're missing, the 2 retirements, of course, and the Martin and McDonald, that's a blow for sure. However, I think Noble Park will have the depth and will be able to just sort of like fill the holes when needed. But having said that, Rowville, on the other hand, they did beat Noble Park 3 times last year, and the one time, obviously the ultimate game, unfortunately for Rowville, it was like very tricky conditions, and you can't always put it all down to the conditions necessarily, but that is a fairly big factor that
calling those conditions tricky was probably an understatement, Jared. It was like an epiphany. The heavens opened that day to proportions I don't think I've ever seen in a grand final. Mind you, I think it might come close to the Doncaster Donvale Vermont grand final in 2006 where it was like that. But I look at these two sides and look, we've been privileged sitting up on the balcony most weeks, gentlemen, and we've watched some fantastic footballers. And whilst we're sad to see good players retire and certainly bemoan the unfortunates of injury to key players in our competition, it's like anything. Evolution changes. A new set of younger players comes into the fold, and the thing is, if you don't give these young men an opportunity, well, you lose them to the game, not only to their own club, but they could actually lose them to football. Full stop, couldn't you, Josh?
Yeah, they probably could, and it is that natural evolution of getting those younger players coming through. And you look at Rowville, it is still a really young list. Nobles, there's still some younger players, but it's more experienced, more big bodied. So you do expect that, and that could potentially be a difference. Maybe this year that the Rowville players are continuing to evolve and will get better as the season goes on. And
do you think after watching Balwyn and Blackburn last week and the game styles that evolved from both those sides, is there anything discerning that you saw from that first game of 2023 that made you think that there might be a different type of playing style from 2022?
I think I definitely think so. I feel like, you know, and we were talking a bit about this off air, Brash, and the defences will be under a lot more pressure. It's just about how those defences are able to, you know, hold up against some of the better attacks. Like we saw how Blackburn's defence was undone by the potency of Balwyn's attack, especially in that first half. You know, they got limited entries, did Balwyn, I reckon, and they were still, you know, consistently kicking goals. And then Balwyn's defence didn't really hold up against Blackburn in that second half, but I do feel like, defences will be under a lot more pressure this year than in previous years.
What are your thoughts? I mean, what are your thoughts, Jared? Because, I mean, look, I suppose when you're looking at coaching styles and the coaches that are coming back down through the system from the AFL level, it seems it's a lot more running. It is a lot more emphasis on a Collingwood type, blitzkrieg type style of game, and whilst you see it at the top level where they can sustain it, is that a sort of game plan in 2023 that clubs in Premier Division, and I'm restricting this to Premier Division, are they going to be able to play that game style without having a plan B?
Well, it seems it's going to be interesting because that trickle-down effect or theory when it comes to game plans is going to be fascinating because we're playing under different conditions here. You know, players aren't, you know, these aren't professional players. They don't have all the time to dedicate to footy. So the unsustainable nature of like a constant pressure, constant running game may not be able to translate to this level as readily as, you know, a coach from the AFL might want to hope.
When we were speaking to Brenton Sanderson last week, we did pose that question to him, and he basically said, look, we can bring down the instruction, but the main difference will be for a club to sustain an AFL type game plan. It's all going to come back down to the recovery and the way that the player himself handles that recovery and the way that they have to look after each other at the especially when it comes to injury, because at the end of the day, that's the one thing that the club even at this level, you can have all the good masseuses and trainers that you like, but you still need that extra bit of care, especially when you've got injuries that they can't treat.
Absolutely. You can have the perfect game plan for the perfect day and whatnot, but when it comes down to it, this is a season, this is a long trek through 6 months of the year that these teams have to make. And so when that game plan that may sort of like win you one game starts to become unsustainable throughout the year, that's when those logistical considerations need to be made in terms of like the support staff and you know, as you mentioned, the masseuses and the recovery, and also just the mindset of the players. You know, it's down on an individual level and how they take care of themselves and how they are able to take care of themselves throughout their regular lives.
Yeah, just a quick score update in the reserve development squad game. We've got about 10 minutes to go in the third quarter here, and Rowville are 16 points up on Noble Park. Rowville 5-7-37, leading Noble Park now 3-4-22. So a 15-point lead. Mid-third quarter, Ryan.
I'm back up here. And
hello.
You're back.
It's been hectic for you.
I'm actually going to make us go to an ad break. So
Oh,
after the break, we'll have Steve
Party
Hughes
pooper.
up here from the Noble Park Football Club.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round between Noble Park and Rowville. Big Premier Division clash, the grand final rematch, and as I mentioned before the break, Steve Hughes from the Noble Park Football Club has joined us. And Steve, thanks for joining us today. It's obviously a big day for the club. Footy's back and unfurling the flag. I'm sure it's been a busy week for you.
Been a very busy week, yeah, absolutely. No, good to be back. Look, I think a lot of people say footy comes up quickly, but it couldn't have come up slower for me. You know, we've been back at pre-season since early November. We didn't have much of a break, obviously. So, this is the real stuff, so I can't wait.
And I'm sure probably, you know, the big talking point from the club, unfortunately, has been a bit of sour news, and we've been pretty disappointed to see, obviously, two champions of the game in Shane McDonald and Kyle Martin suffer some really bad injuries. I'm sure it's a bit of a bittersweet moment then with the unfurling of flag to not have those guys out there. But how are the boys doing in their recovery?
Well, it's all pretty new to us. I mean, Macca he played in the first practice match against Beaconsfield, and then early in the second game against old Melburnians. Just bit of a collision injury, and it looked bad straight away. We thought he was in real trouble, and scans confirmed that. So his ACL is along with a ruptured medial and some. He's got some fractures in his leg as well. So it was a bit of a car crash type one, that one. And he was flying, but anyway, these things happen. And then obviously Kyle was a bit of a shock to us, to be honest. We did a bit of match sim last week, and he was racing the clock a bit, to be honest. Like we were trying to get him ready for round one, and he was touch and go as it was, because he's had some other issues with his body, with his neck and his back, and he's sort of 3/4 of the way through the rehab for that. But he just spun out of a bit of congestion and kind of wrenched his knee at the time, and we thought it might be medial at worst, but got a phone call Thursday morning at 7 o'clock, and bad news. So ruptured ACL, so out for the year. So yeah, it's all pretty new, but he was incredible, to be honest, on Thursday night. Like, he told me to stop dragging my lip around, to be honest, so, and, you know, get on with it, and it's not about me, and like he always does, so, and he told the players that as well. So they're in a really good frame of mind, which is the important thing at the moment.
Steve, once again, you know, that is just bad luck, because I think we're all looking forward to having those two players back and entertaining us again this year. We were pontificating before you come on about how much pressure now does that put on the likes of Jackson Sketcher and Chris Horton-Mill in your midfield, knowing that you're going to be down two quality midfielders throughout the season. Two-part question, does that force you now to not be able to keep those players longer on a rotation, or do you start rotating them through other positions on the ground where they can still be dangerous?
I think one of our strengths has been our depth in the midfield. So, and look, you know, to be frank, like, here's the opportunity, and the group knows that. Like, you know, like this club has been a lot about Kyle Martin over the last decade. It's time. Yep. At some point you've got to move on from that, and that's the opportunity for the group now. And the likes of Sketchers and Horton Milnes, and, you know, Jordan Marsden had an outstanding year last year. He's missing today, but he'll be back soon. You know, we've got Jackson Casey now coming into the team who can play midfield. Tommy Glenn. Lockie McDonald's had a fantastic pre-season, so we think we bat deep anyway. So we'll just roll different personnel through there, to be honest. So, yeah.
So those players that you just speaking about last year, they were averaging the 12 to 17 possessions. So if they could improve their output by another 5 possessions each, that's really going to spread that load once again right through the midfield and still be enough to give you forward some opportunity.
I think definitely, and you know, look, nobody's here to replace Kyle Martin. That's not going to happen.
No.
But I think the natural trajectory of some of our younger players and their improvement, you know, I think we can. I think we've still got a strong midfield, put it that way. So, yep.
Steve, great to be chatting with you once again. And just touching on Jackson Casey as well, you know, he was the last 8 years captain of Bomb Beach. Just how great is it to still have a leader from the last 8 years added to, well, you've lost Kyle Martin, yes, but adding even more leadership to the group this year.
Yeah, to be honest, I pinch myself because, you know, from a coaching perspective, you meet great people at great clubs, and I thought my journey with Jackson was over. I appointed him captain 8 years ago as a 23-year-old. And he's one of my favourites. Like, I don't hide from that. He plays the sort of footy I love, which is he sticks his head over the footy and he's courageous, and he'll do whatever you ask of him, and he doesn't care how many stats he gets. He'll lay a ton of tackles, and that's the players that I like. So just to re-establish my time with him, I didn't think it had happened again, and now it has. So, you know, like, I'm pretty close with him, and he's fit in beautifully. So, yeah, he'll be great for us.
And a couple of other senior debutants for the side as well, Nathan Noblet and Matthew Clark. We haven't really seen much of them, but what do they bring to the table?
Yeah, so Nathan Noblet was on Port Melbourne's list last year.
Right,
he's from Morwell, actually. So he's just moved recently to Cheltenham, I think earlier this year. I was having a chat to Dennis Knight, who's obviously a past coach of Noble Park, who coached Nobby down at Morwell, and he tipped us into the meeting. He's just he's a beautiful young kid, to be honest. Like, you know, like a lot of the recruiting meetings, it's about, you know, money and how much can I get and what are you going to give me, and Nobby was more what can I give you, and you know, usually they'll take 3-4 weeks to say yes or no. 24 hours later he loved what he saw and he said, I'm coming. So he's a beauty, and he's fit in. You know, we've got a lot of his age bracket, you know, 22, 23 years old, so he's fit in really well, and he's a good player, left footer, can kick both sides and can play forward, wing. Yeah, he's a bit of a utility for us, so he'll be a good player. And Clarkey, obviously, he had a lot of setbacks last year. He was basically in rehab pretty much all year. He got out for a couple of twos games, but he's had a great pre-season, and practice match form really solid, so he'll give us something up forward as well.
And looking at the side you're playing against, Rowville, it's become a nice little rivalry in recent years. And you got to see him 4 times last season, and the first 3 times they did get the job done against you. What did you sort of learn from the style that they play? It's a very young side, but and they've had a couple of changes as well. But what did you really learn about them that you've brought into the week to focus on?
They're just a bloody good side, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, they move the ball really well. They got great balance, speed, inside and outside the contest. very well skilled. Even that second semi-final, I think they kicked 7 in the first quarter, and we didn't think we'd done much wrong, to be honest. They just couldn't miss a target. So look, they use the ball really well. They're obviously well coached by Visy, and midfield strength with the likes of McDonald and Brolick and others. So they're well balanced all over the side. Testament to the way they played last year. They were top of the ladder at the end of the year, and absolute respect from us. It's going to be a tough day, without a doubt. Yep.
And just on the actual day, with obviously the flag going to be unfurled quite shortly, and you spoke in the pre-season about what it means to not just you and the players, but the staff, everyone involved, from the volunteers, and we had Cole Knight awarded with the Volunteer of the Week award today. So just what for the whole club in general and the community, I'm sure this would be a pretty big moment for everyone today.
Yeah, it is, but it's in the books as well. Like I said all along, we're incredibly proud of what happened. Fantastic, but it's in the books, So we'll enjoy that moment for 20 seconds, and it's get on with business type thing. But obviously proud of what happened last year, but we move on, and we've got a taste for it, and we want to do it again. So that starts today. Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today. You've always been really great with your time, and we look forward to seeing you today and throughout the season. Thanks, boys. Cheers. Have all the best. That is the Noble Park Senior Football Club coach, Steve Hughes. A really fantastic achievement from the club last season, and as he said, it moves on quickly, and they've got another task today. And those outs, we don't have to go on it too much because they're massive, and it opens the gate up for someone like a Sketcher to really be the front man. He started to put himself into that role, and I'm sure I have a feeling he's going to have a massive day at the office and a big year.
Well, it's the old adage, with great risk comes great reward. And the thing is, look, when you look at the top sides, look, there comes a time, like Noble Park is probably a bit like Vermont in a lot of ways, where they had a lot of established and fantastic stars, but their shelf life comes to an end. And you don't want to sound like you're being disrespectful, but that's just part and parcel of the evolution of football, even at this level. And it's just equally, and I'm sure the way Steve and Ben have articulated this afternoon, they're both full of excitement once again with a younger group of players that they can mould into what is hopefully for them a premiership.
Well, they're certainly going to be one of the sides that will be competing for that. I was actually off broadcast before when Jared Beanland came on, so I don't know what you touched on, but around the ground there's some pretty interesting games. Did we touch on any Premier Division?
We were waiting for you to come back.
Just me. I'm glad you saved it for me. Well, let's start with Premier Division with the big games. All these sides today having their first game for the season. One of them is Vermont versus Berwick out at Vermont. Both sides were really cursed with on the injury front last season. Let's be honest, they had a lot of key injuries. Your Vermont, your Robbie Rosses. I know Tuck and Money missed for Berwick. It's a big game for both of them, Brash, and obviously you want to get your season started. No Robbie Ross today, but they've had a couple of inclusions, so they'll be looking for a win at home.
Oh, look, I think psychologically, I think it's a big game for both clubs. I mean, look, with double relegation and relatively young playing lists, and Berwick's first initial foray into Premier Division, where it was a bit of a baptism of fire. It's an important game for both sides to kick to get their seasons going. I think, if this game was played at Berwick, I would definitely be tipping Berwick, but I think Vermont at home are a hard side to beat. And it's a very low-scoring ground, Vermont.
Yeah, it is.
66 points, so it's a ground that if both sides are of equal ability, it could turn into a scrap. And this could well turn into that type of scrap, and whoever gets the ascendancy early and cannot maintain the momentum and their fitness throughout the afternoon will come out on top. I think it'll be a close game. I reckon there's only going to be a couple of goals in it, but I think Vermont just at home. And certainly when you consider the weather, it just started to rain here a little bit, and it's expected to come on and off across the afternoon. Josh, you actually tipped Berwick on the weekend forecast yesterday.
Risky.
What's the reasoning behind that? I know they do have a couple inclusions back in. Their ruckman's back. Money's still out, and that was probably their big issue in the second half of the season, is that their forward line structure was out of place and they didn't have those scoring options. What about Berwick do you think really stands out for you today?
I just think they've got Vermont have plenty of talent. Don't get me wrong. You know, you've got Lockie John still running around there. Unfortunately, not captain anymore, but and I reckon not having the captaincy will do him a world good. I reckon
he just needs that assistance, doesn't he? He needs the generals around him to really step up some of those younger players, because he had a phenomenal year last year, but probably didn't have quite amount of help due to injuries in the midfield to really.
But he is the general.
He is the general. The younger players around him they need to lift their game to. You really give him a hand, because he can't win it off his own boot, not in Premier Division. You've got too many good sides that have multiple players who can damage a side, which is the two sides we're playing today.
And out of all the players at Vermont that the opposition puts a lot of time into, Lockie Johns, they put more time into him than any other player.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he still dominates. But
that's right.
You know, you've got if in midfield as well for Berwick, you've got the likes of Travis Tuck, who's back in the side, Jesse Cyrilis as well. It's a big test. It's an interesting ruck battle as well, because Zach Hanlon has come into the side late, I believe, and we wish him all the best
Absolutely,
in his senior Premier Division debut. But that'll be an interesting ruck duel, and I just think Cyrilis, with all his experience, will just have enough to win it. And you know, there might not be many scoring options for Berwick, but I still think, you know, Joe O'Neill can get on the score sheet. Wild Wool, I believe, is a goal, can kick goals as well. And Travis Tuck as well has shown he can kick goals as well. So there is a bit of scoring ability, but it is going to be a challenge. I'm still backing them, and there's good vibes coming from down there as well. And they have
they're pretty positive about where they can go, and it's their third season now in the league, so they're under a lot of pressure with the double relegation, as are most sides in that bottom 5 or 6. They've got to win these early games to really give them a bit of a head start. You don't want to fall behind. We saw that what happened with North Ringwood last year.
And I think a lot of people will be interested to see how Daniel Nielsen goes for Vermont as a key forward this season.
Absolutely. One of the other games, another real contender, and probably could almost be the premiership favourite now, Doncaster East. They host Park Orchards today. Big game for them, just a must-win. We don't know a whole lot about Park Orchards on just how they're going to go this year. They haven't really had a massive off-season in terms of bringing people in. Doncaster East have. They lose Clark and Rowe, but they bring in the likes of Bell, Luke Tynan, Brasher. It's a phenomenal side, and I think a lot of it's off the back of Simon White's work to bring those ex-AFL players back into the club. But they'll be a real force to reckon with, and I don't see any way they lose this game at home today.
Undoubtedly, I agree with you. I mean, the fact that I've said this to you, Ryan. What an absolute luxury to get Luke Tynan, especially having him playing in the midfield. Probably one of the most beautifully balanced players I've seen. He can kick the ball 40, 50 metres and hit a jam tin, but he just knows his experience. He just knows where to position himself, and put this way, and he's also an extra set of eyes in the coaching sense that will help Ryan James throughout the season. I think it's a fantastic pickup. I did say in the preview I was a little bit concerned about Park Orchards this year. I'm just last year they won 6 games. They need a lot to go their way this year. And I think this is a really tough assignment for them first up. They did beat them last year, but I just think overall, the midfield, Doncaster East midfield's just going to be too strong.
And should hurt them.
Yeah, I don't think Doncaster East, those 2 games, they were at full strength. Definitely not the final game that they played in round 18. So and Doncaster East depth, it's not the greatest. It's their top end talent, which is quite remarkable. And they've got all their top end talent players playing today. Lachlan Waddle on debut as well, Luke Tynan, Tom Bell, Chris Phelan. The list just goes on.
It's a very impressive list. The other couple of games, East Ringwood, South Croydon tonight. That's a big one. Out under lights at 6 p.m, I believe. So if you're around the grounds, it's gather round in the AFL, but gather round to your local football ground today and tonight as well with that game, which should be a ripper, Brash. And we spoke a bit about it yesterday, but East Ringwood coming up to Premier Division with a bit of hope and expectation.
Well, it is, and the thing is, it's probably bittersweet for Coach Marcus Bazaglo, club legend at East Ringwood, coached them for years, right? made the change to South Croydon has been successful for them at and bringing them into a finals campaign.
Yeah.
I think I was bullish on East Ringwood, and I think that I did think that they could finish at the bottom end of the top 6 this year. I think on this occasion, I'm going to go with the experience of South Croydon. I just think that they've still got quality players like Wilson and King and. And
King out though tonight, Max King.
Yeah.
But they've got Dano King still, so it's
I just think that I still think there's enough class and quality in that side. It'll be a good game, and it'll probably be a close game because those night conditions, they're not high scoring. So I think South Croydon, just a couple of goals.
Yeah, I'm going the opposite way. I'm going East Ringwood just because whenever sides go up from Division 1 to Premier Division, from what I've learned, they're always up and about the first couple of weeks. And
we saw it with Park Orchards last year.
Yeah, they won their first 2 games, and one of those was against Balwyn as well. And I just think East Ringwood, there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent on that list, and they're only going to get better because they're still young, and I think they're definitely going to be right up there, and I think they'll get the win, and they'll be up and about the fact they've got the 19s unfurling of the flag as well, which would have just happened. They've got the seniors flag unfurling as well. It should get them up.
It's a big day for the club.
It's a big day.
We've got about 5 minutes before we take another break, so I want to jump in a couple of big Division 1 clashes. The other Premier Division game is Doncaster Norwood with Robbie Gray coming in playing for the Sharks, but we can touch on that later during the afternoon, seeing how they go today. But the other big games in Division 1, I think we've got the top 4 playing against each other today. We've got Montrose hosting South Belgrave, and we've got Wanturna South hosting Mitcham. Let's start with the Wanturna South Mitcham game. The Devils were really impressive for the first 3 quarters, where they really put Mooroolbark to the sword, and I know they came back late a bit, so I don't know how much you want to take from that, but Leggett played really well, kicked the 3 goals as a match winner, and then you bring in some quality talent in Ricky Fandrick, who debuted for the club today, and they're playing a Mitcham side who's now without Nick Hallow for an extended period of time, and then also Jake Parenti, who is currently in the VFL program right now. So a couple of big losses to the Tigers, and then they face the Devils at home. Makes it an interesting game, Josh.
It does make it an interesting game, but I'm still backing Mitcham just because, even without Nick Hallow, who I'm not too sure how long he lasted against.
I think it was only about 10 minutes a head clash, which was really unfortunate, and especially the Tigers have been waiting to get him across for so long, and unfortunately it's an early injury, so we hope to see him back out as soon as we can in a speedy recovery.
But there's already other talent there through that midfield. Yeah. You've got Danny Baglava tapping it down to the likes of Jesse Uren, Jesse Cherry, Jesse Smythe, the 3 Jessies, Alex Barton-Smith, and you've got for support Zach Helms or Tom Lovell to go through ruck, and Lovell can kick goals.
And he's back in the side today, he didn't play round 1.
And Byron Wright as well, and Bailey Cowman down forward, who
plays his old side.
He plays his old side. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes out at Walker Reserve. But yeah, that's why I'm backing Mitcham. No disrespect to Wanturna South. I'm really excited, as I said on the weekend podcast.
Both top 14s. Brash, where do you see the 2 sides?
I'm going for on the consistency factor, and Mitcham wins that hands down. I think I just feel that Wanturna South still have got to prove to me that they can string games together and not lose games that they shouldn't. But Mitcham, you know what you get. They're a consistent side. If they get beaten, they only get beaten by small margins.
Yeah, they don't. I don't remember last year ever really playing a poor game. I know the prelim they lost by a fair amount, but you're playing an East Ringwood.
I just reckon I think they'd reached the end of their tether.
And the 2 times they played East Ringwood and Mooroolbark throughout the season, they were close losses. They were the only real side to really push them, especially East Ringwood. I'm actually going Wanturna South at home. I just have that bit of a feeling about them at the moment, and I'm purely going on that home ground advantage, but I wouldn't be surprised either way. They're 2 sides that are going to be certainly out to prove a point this year. The other big game is Montrose South Belgrave, the Demons hosting the Saints in a big. It's massive for South Belgrave because we saw what they did last week, putting the North Ringwood to the sword, a 72-point win. That was a statement, but if they knock off Montrose today, you're looking at a side that is in premiership contention.
I'm going to go the opposing view because I think it's a litmus test for Montrose. Because for me, for South Belgrave, it's a free hit.
That's true. They don't have to win.
No, because the thing is, they've come up. They've come up from a division. Montrose have been there for a while, and whilst I rate them in the top 3 or 4 sides this year in Division 1, I think it's a very good litmus test for Gary Ayres to see where his side is exactly at against an up-and-coming side that wants to go out and prove themselves as a fair dinkum bona fide Division 1 side.
Yeah, and Josh, they barely got over the line against a Bayswater side, 9 points. We still don't know enough about Bayswater. Maybe Bayswater are a bit better than what we probably first thought. Do you take much from that game coming into this? Schwab did come in and kick 5 goals, and obviously Garthwaite played his first game at the D, so they've had a couple of big inclusions, especially their forward line.
Yeah, they have had some really good inclusions, and I think it'll come down to the midfield battle today. I think it's Ben Johnson who's up against the quality ruck in Mitch Garner, who of course has that Premier Division experience with Rowville, and I just think Mitch Garner will get over the top, and we've seen how potent that South Belgrave forward line is. Even without Damien Garner, there's you've still got Taylor, you've still got Tim Smith. I'm not too sure if Sam Brown is playing. There's still plenty of talent there. So I'm actually going to back. I think I back the Demons, and I'm still going to back them here to only just get the win, but it's going to go right down to the wire, I reckon.
And just one other quick one, Croydon Millbar. Croydon hosts the Mustangs. Should be a good clash out there, Brush.
Yeah, I do, but the thing is, I need, for me to be really sold on Croydon, I need them to see them score more than 50 points a game.
Yep.
Mooroolbark, even with those losses, are still able to post a good score. And
Josh?
I think they'll win.
Yeah, I think I'm still going to back Croydon at home, just because, Mooroolbark do have options, but I think, Croydon just at home.
I'll tip Mooroolbark in that one. We're almost there for the first bounce of the Premier Division match of the round between Noble Park and Rowville. We'll be back shortly after a break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round between Noble Park and Rowville. Massive game. It's the Premier Division Grand Final rematch for this round one clash. Premier football finally back. We were out there at Balwyn last week to see Balwyn and Blackburn, and now we're seeing another two really, really strong sides that are going to be probably playing finals footy at the end of the season. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager with the Eastern Football Netball League. Thanks for joining us, whether that's watching live on Facebook or YouTube or even listening on the Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. And I'm joined by Josh Ward again, commentating today, as we mentioned at the start of the show in the pre-game. First game, calling a Premier Division game.
Again, no pressure.
It's put you under the pump, and you've got two good sides to look at today.
Yeah, as I said, I've been really, really excited for this matchup for a long time now, and I reckon another chapter is going to be added to this.
Absolutely.
Really growing rivalry.
Great rivalry, and Wayne Brasher also joining us in the special comments again.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, and always a pleasure to come down to the Bull Ring. Watch two quality sides, the two grand finalists last year, squaring off in round one this year to get an early advantage. What could you ask for more?
Certainly right. And joining us, I think, for the first time on a match of the day this season is Ray Baird. Ray, thanks for coming in, and I'm sure you're looking forward to it. Seeing the Hawks take on Noble Park in a massive game, bit of a redemption type situation for the Hawks.
Thanks for having us, Ryan. Yeah, my first time this year, and what a day. This is what Eastern Football League's all about. The top two sides in Premier Division. It's going to be a great clash. They met 4 times last year, and of course Noble Park won the big one. But look, I'm very confident the way Rowville will go today, because as I say, they won 3 out of the 4 last year. And look, it's a completely different game, of course, but we'll just see how it goes. Round one is always, you never know what's going to happen. But anyway, I know Ben Wise is quite confident down there.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on Rowville, and I know you've been down there this season in the pre-season and been chatting with Ben, and you knew him well last year. You watched a lot of Rowville games, and we said in the pre-game that we can't base off their year off that grand final performance, because up until then they were by far the most consistent side. They were the best side in the competition, and they're going to come into this year maybe even underrated again. We may even be underrating them right now, but what do you see from them this season? Do you expect it to be a bit of a build-on from last year? I mean, it's a very hard task to win 16 games in a home and away season.
Look, Rowville's under no disillusions. Look, they won't have the season they had last year. Just losing 2 home and away games, that was absolutely amazing. But all you got to do in this game of football is make the top 4. Hopefully you can make the top 2, and then the finals start. And if you're in the top 4, you've got every chance of winning the flag.
Ray, if you don't think they go 16-2 during the home season, in your opinion, what do you think is going to be a more realistic record? A 12-6 or a 13-5?
13-5, I think they'd be happy with. What you got to realise, Brash, you got to look at the way all these other sides are recruited. Now Noble Park's a perfect example. Okay, they got their 2 big guns out for the season, but apart from that, Doncaster East, they're going to improve because they've recruited ex-AFL players and all this. But Rowville, they've stuck with the side basically to what they had last season. And what you got to remember is that they're a year older. They look as though they've built their bodies up a little bit, and let's hope they've learnt, from that one game last season.
Who do you think, Ray, if you were looking for a couple of players, right, that you'd like to see probably take the next step in the younger brigade, who would you be looking at this year?
Well, look, young Jay Colclough. He's only a little man, but he's a great small crumbing forward, and we saw what Tom Packley can do last night with the Swans. That's the sort of role that he would play this year. And his brother Brock, Spud Frawley's moved on. He retired. I think he's playing down Keysborough somewhere out that way at the moment.
Coringle, I believe.
Coringle, that's right. Yeah. Anyway, but look, Brock Colclough, even last year they were grooming him to take over that in and under midfield role. So I think the two Colclough brothers, Maverick Taylor, we saw what he did that day out at Balwyn.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of promise, and of course, the man with the big hair down the back of the back, Cooper McDonald.
Yeah, good.
I know.
He's got it.
Yeah, that's it. I know. Can he get better? you know, because he was absolutely amazing last year. I think he can get better.
I think he can, and he's had that experience. He has that experience on a VFL list now. He's on Casey Demon's VFL list, and that we've seen how good VFL listed players can do here in the Premier Division level. I reckon he can take his game to another level.
Well, I got to say though, Ray, Jai Colclough went from number 77. He went up 76 numbers to number 1.
Well,
so they obviously it's showing the faith. Just going on from that, is Brock Colclough the heir apparent to Spud Frawley?
That's what they're looking at. You know, that's what they're looking at. That role that Spud Frawley played, you know, in and under, get the ball out to the outsiders, and Brock, he's as tough as nails.
Well, he was one of those players last year, Ray. I think he was listed emergency. He was about number 23 or 24 in that pecking list a lot last year.
Yeah.
And the thing was, it wasn't. His form in the reserve grade was good, but it just wasn't good enough to get him in a regular spot in that senior. This is his chance to shine now, isn't it?
It is his chance to shine. You're right, Brash. He was in and out of that senior side last season, but you know, every chance this year to play. You know, most if not all the games there. You know, but. Look, that's not taking anything away Noble Park either.
No.
You know, you look at some of their great players. You know, Jackson Sketchett. Look, I know that there's big raps on Cole Martin, and people down here at Noble Park love him. But to me, in the last season, Jackson Sketchett went above Cole Martin, in my opinion, for the best player at Noble Park. Because when he gets the ball, he runs 30 metres, he gets meterage.
Yeah, I agree with him. And his touches are usually very, very damaging from what I've seen of him. And he's definitely going to be that number 1 midfielder now with no Martin and no McDonald as well. But he's got good support as well. In Chris Horn-Milne, who's a premiership, a 4-time premiership player with both Noble Park and a premiership captain down at Dingley too. And you know, but I do think Jackson Sketcher is now that number 1 midfielder officially with Martin gone, and I definitely do think he's gone better than Martin.
Yeah, you know, and you got to remember also with Ziggy Elwyn and the other Shane Allen out of that side, there's a lot of experience here. They were great players for this Noble Park club for a long, long time, Brash, and you know, they're going to be missed. They got to be missed.
Well, they are. It's a bit of an evolution of the Noble Park Football Club. All these big clubs, you know, they've had many fantastic players that have come through their doors, but unfortunately, evolution calls, and we've got to move on, and the next crop have got to come in and establish themselves.
Yep. You're right, and there are a couple of players that we didn't mention in the pre-game. That's you know, they're massive losses, and especially someone like someone who can add to the scoreboard and really make sides have to defend hard to
The thing with Shane Allen in particular, he might only get 8 kicks, but he'll kick 5 goals for the day.
Yeah.
You know, that was his big plus.
So, I mean, looking at both sides, obviously there's a lot of changes, but you still look at the two lists right now and say that these sides are going to be playing at the pointy end of the season. When you compare them to some of the clubs that are in Premier Division, it would be pretty unheard of, I reckon, if either of them really dropped off massively.
Well, I'd be disappointed if both these sides don't finish top 4, right?
Well, I would too, Brash, and I can't see any reason why they wouldn't. You know, even with injuries, I still think they got the numbers there to play and play good football.
Because some of the sides are going to have to.
And we're just getting the flag unfurled there. Sorry, Brash.
All right.
So there it is.
It's taken a bit of time, but it's been unfurled. And
the 2022 Premiership flag from last year, the Noble Park Football Club. Big moment for the club, but as we said, they move on quickly. They've got a big game today, taking on Rowville. Just recapping the reserve score, Rowville 8-16-64. Defeated Noble Park. As soon as I started reading it out, Noble Park scored, disappeared. So I'm not sure what Noble Park scored, but
it was a 40-point win.
A 40-point win, there you go. So a good start for the Rowville Football Club after a pretty close under-19s match as well. We've got Jared Beanland down on the boundary line as well for the first time this season. Jared, talk us about the conditions down there, if you can hear us.
Yep, I can hear you guys loud and clear. So down here on the boundary line, it's a little bit cloudy. It's completely overcast, really. The rain is starting to come down a little bit. Just checking the weather beforehand, it seemed that the weather will get worse as the game goes on. There's a higher chance of rain towards the end of the match. But other than that, conditions down here are, well, the grass is in great condition. I really like how spongy it is, and it's going to be interesting to see how much of a impact that makes on the match.
Do you have any cover down there if it starts to rain?
No. I mean, I could retreat into
Sorry,
Club
mate.
Noble.
Yeah, why not?
Well,
have a good time down there.
It's a good setup with Club Noble. But your thoughts on the game quickly. I'm sure you watched a lot of footy last year. I believe you were there for the grand final down on the boundary line as well when the two sides faced off. What do you expect out of the two teams today?
Well, I think one of the main factors of that grand final, and we don't want to sort of put all of our eggs in this one basket when it comes to analysing that game, but the conditions were pretty bad down there. So it's going to be interesting for Rowville to see whether or not they can, make the most of the drier start of the game, just in case it does start to rain down. And other than that, I reckon Rowville might have the wood over Noble Park in conditions that favour them. That's the main point that I have, rattling around in my head.
So you're going Rowville, are you, Jared?
I am.
Good lad.
All right, thanks to Jared Beanland, who will be on the boundary line today, doing a fantastic job. It's great to have Jared back at the footy, Brash.
Just before we go on, look, a shout out to our colleague who's a little bit under the weather in Brett Beston. Brett, I understand you've not been of great health lately. Hopefully everything's improving, mate, and we look forward to having you back on the microphone real soon. So enjoy the broadcast this afternoon, my friend.
And just on the toss, boys, Anthony Brolick won the toss and kicking to the old scoreboard end, so Noble Park will be kicking to the Moodamia Street end.
Beautiful work. And yeah, you're right about Besto. He wouldn't, if he's sick, because if Noble Park's playing, he's here.
He wouldn't be missing this game.
That's how I'm calling this game.
Exactly. That is how you've ended up.
And
myself too.
So do him some justice here, Joshy.
Oh, let's see how well I
Put on the Kiwi accent.
No pressure, mate.
Absolutely no
Boys,
pressure.
if Brett Beston is listening out there, last year Sydney got smashed on that weekend. Rowville got smashed. Brett, Sydney knocked them off last night, so we're every chance to win Rowville today.
It's a reversal of roles this weekend. Boys, let's get into our tips with the game shortly coming up. Josh, I'll start with you. I don't think we did our tips yesterday on the weekend forecast. So who have you got today? Obviously, with the news about Cole yesterday has probably changed the opinion of a few. Is that where you're leaning towards, or are you sticking with the Noble at home?
Oh, it's been very hard to, with the news of Carl Martin and Shane McDonald as well, who are set to not play this year. They're two big losses. Again, Noble have the depth through midfield, and Steve Hughes mentioned that in our pre-game chat with him. And there's plenty of talent there, but I just think Rowville, I think they'll only just get up here. They have the wood over them. I think if the rain does come, particularly in that second half, they'll need to get off to a fast start out here. But I'm still backing the Hawks. They'll be determined as well after that grand final loss.
Rash, your pick today?
I'm going to go Noble Park. I'm going to go home side. Josh and I were I was umming and ahhing with Josh and going through the computations, and Noble Park have a very good win record against Rowville, especially here. They've only lost here once to them in 6 years. I've got to go. I'm going with an historical fact there, so I'm going to go with Noble Park. Yes, they'll miss those players, but I think there's enough quality for them to get the points this afternoon. I think it's going to be a close game, and I'm going to tip it by 12 points.
Ray, I think I can read your mind, but where are you going today?
Oh, well, look, I'm going for Rowville, obviously. Look, you got to look at their past record last season. I know you're going back 6 years or so, Bresh, but that's too far to go back. Look, they beat Noble Park 3 of the times in the home and away season, and the weather cost them in the grand final. I just think that they've got a very good lineup still. They haven't changed their lineup much, and I do think they'll get over the line by 2 goals.
There you go, and I think it's just me. I'm sticking with Noble at home, but very hesitantly. I think it could go either way. But we're in the middle of the ground for the start of the game.
Just waiting for a couple to hop off the ground, but it's already an enthralling.
Should be a good crowd, Josh.
It should be a good crowd. If you're around the area, though, get on down here to the bull ring and watch the two best Premier Division sides from last year battle it out here to start this season. As Well, looks like teams are in position, umpires are in position.
Dean O'Neill looking good down there.
Umpire holds the ball aloft. Ryan Long to get us underway in the Premier Division Grand Final rematch between Noble Park and Rowville.
The 2023 season for these two sides are underway. No one gets a clean hit out. And straight away the tackle by McDonald couldn't get too far. The ball punched forward there by Beach. Now inside 50 for Noble. Tackled right away there by Brolick. And the umpire has called the ball back. The goal won't count.
Throw.
Inside 50, and it is going Noble's way.
Might be pushing the back here.
Or is it pushing? No, I believe it's a Noble set shot here.
Big
inside
challenge.
50.
Big challenge for Brock Cole. He's got Chris Horton-Mill minding him early, Ray.
Yeah. No, well, the task is there for him, Bresh.
So it's young Nathan Noblet on debut for the club. He's about 35 out on a bit of an angle.
You can tell he's young with the man bun.
Looks like Finn Brown, doesn't he?
So here we go for Noblet. Coming in for the Noble Park first goal of the 2023 season. Good looking kick. If it holds its line, it's just to the left. So just a minor score, but Noble Park are on the board. One behind to Rowville yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So
a lot of nervous players out there at the moment. Would probably take 5 or 10 minutes to settle down.
So a dangerous kick in there, taking the good mark there. Kane Young looking to push further wide, and Anthony Brolick is all on his own. Couldn't pick up the ball though. Handball there from Francis. Couldn't handle the ball there, Lockie McDonald, and it's in the middle here of the ball ring.
Bit slippery, the conditions out there. That light sprinkle of rain has just sort of made the ball a bit greasy.
So ruck duel between Beach and Showmakers. It's going Noble's direction, but Rowville are set to get the clearance here. Looks like Ali Zijo who gets the ball clear into the half-forward flank here for Rowville. Good one-on-one contest there. The Noble man is going to push it a little further forward. Nearly picking up the intercept there, Josh Clark, but Lockie McDonald, all the composure to get the handball away to Ryan Morrison. Luke Ball with ball in hand now. There's pressure all over the joint here at the ball ring, and immediately under pressure there is Lachlan McDonald right in front of us, and just going to be a ball up here. Set to go once again, Jack Beach and Showmakers. It evades Lachlan McDonald, and it's just going to trickle out of bounds right in front of the Noble Park bench here.
Do you think Byers and Beach can expose Showmakers this afternoon, Ray?
Well, there's 2 against 1, Breast. We just see, but Showmaker, he's just a workhorse. He'll keep fighting.
So Beach got the tap down. Lockie McDonald could be set to get the clearance. He won't. Jackson Casey's already been in the action early on. Gets the handball to Lachlan McDonald, who's pushing it further down the ground. 3-on-2 here for Rowville, but it falls to the ground. Kane Young nearly picking up the ball, but Ben Marson applying the pressure, and it's just the ball up. Dean O'Neill there with the...
How many times do you reckon he'll get a mention today?
Oh, he'll get plenty of mentions now.
Loves the spotlight.
As Nick Showmakers gets the tap down there. Looking for Anthony Brolick. He's not going to get the ball. Shrugged off the ball there by
What are
Jackson
you talking about? He's a quiet, unassuming man, Dean.
So the ball will be brought back into play. The umpire about to throw it in right in front of Jared Beanlin on the boundary.
Hopefully he survives
Hot contest
today.
so far. No rain as of yet. The tap out, McDonald got it. Barely just got his kick away. And here the Hawks go through the hands of Colclough. Tackled, and then Sketcher was in there. He's going to have to step up today if they're to win in the absence of Kyle Martin. The kick forward inside 50 for Noble Park. Looks like Rowville will have the numbers here. Mitchell Shook is the first one to get it, and he'll clear it out to the far side. It's in the hands of Davey if he can run onto it just in front of the boundary line, and the boundary line will beat him. So 4 minutes into the game and just a 1 score. Noble 1 behind to Rowville yet to score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The great season Matty Davey had last year on the forward line. Rowville have named him now as their forward coach, so well done to Matty.
Had the 31 goals last season, was very important. Here's Sketcher. Gets his handball off to a teammate who'll kick it forward. That was Jackson Casey, but punched over the line there by Jesse Eichhoff. The youngster doing a fantastic job down back for Rowville, Ray.
Yeah, look, their back line is probably their strength of their side.
Quick score check as well. The Basin and Mulgrave Basin. 2 behinds, Mulgrave leading 1-8.
So ball brought back into play. In the ruck here's Beach. Got it, tapped it forward for Noble. Here's Sketcher, picked it up cleanly. He'll kick inside 50, and it is a turnover though. Standing right there is Mitchell Shook, who's had the bit of the ball early. Plays on immediately, passes it off the tackle right. I missed that. He was under a lot of pressure there by Kieran Byers, and he kicked it out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a Noble Park free kick, and they'll look to go through their forward 50 through McDonald.
So McDonald right on true centre wing here. Gets a decent fist of that. It's all Rowville though. They can't take the mark. Harley Fairbank in the long sleeves today. It's a high free kick. And there's something there afterwards from Harley Fairbank on the Rowville senior debutant Calvero. Fairbank goes short. Jackson Casey is all on his own. Not too many options to go to inside forward 50, but on the lead, couldn't take the mark there. Fairbank is on the ground, as is Verrill, who's had a good couple of minutes here. Josh Clark with ball in hand now, looking to push it further forward, evading Matthew Evans there, trying to get his hands on the ball. There was Zachary Greaves on Eastern Rangers list. There is Greaves, and it's a boundary throw-in or free kick going in the direction of Matt Davey.
Looks like it was a bit off the ball.
So he goes short. Not the greatest kick there in the direction of Blakemore. Handball there from Lachlan McDonald, who's looking to get the ball clear, but immediately under Rowville pressure. Couldn't take the mark there, the Noble man. Sketcher down on the ground. It's a high free kick going in the direction of Rowville. So a free kick here going to Matthew Martini, who of course is on Rowville debut, had a terrific season with East Burwood last year. It looks like he's going back for the set shot, which we've got the perfect angle for this. It's right in front of us.
That's a great move. A new player to the club. He's backing himself in from the 50-metre mark, and you know, full of confidence.
He'd be kicking from, I think, the tip of the centre square here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. He comes in, Jackson Sketcher on the mark, decent fist of it. It's just drifting right and through for a minor score.
Boundary.
So Rowville and Noble, they're all square here, one apiece as we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Blood spilling out of the head of Kane Young there, who's just come off. It was his, I believe it was his free kick when Ryan Morrison shoved him down right in front of me. So he'll hopefully retake the ground soon.
At least it wasn't as ugly as Jack Rewald's last night.
Yeah, that was a massive gash there from Jack last night. As Noble clear it out their back 50. There's a turnover, and Rowville will look to send it right back in. Bit of forward pressure. Kicking up towards the top of the square. Out the back is Davey. Bounced off his chest. Short kick there. He might sock it off the ground and hits the post. So a missed opportunity. Almost took the mark, but did bounce off the chest.
Well done to Matty Davey. He was behind the pack. He didn't go to the contest, and the ball come out, but unfortunately it just fumbled it.
So was in the right position. It's their second behind of the afternoon. Then the kick, the turnover, the kick out was a poor one, and now a chance here for Joshua Clark to kick Rowville's first.
Had a good season last year, Clark. He come of age last year, Ray.
He did.
I think there'll be a lot more expectation on him this year.
Yeah, well, he was captain of Eastern Rangers 2 seasons ago. A beautiful left foot kick. He'll make the distance without any trouble.
So Clark will come on in looking for Rowville's first of the season. Left foot, it is too far left that it's even out of bounds on the full, so no score. Just the 2 behinds for them, while Noble Park 1 behind. We've gone 8.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Josh.
So kick-in duties here belonging to, well, a star of this Noble Park defence in Ryan Morrison. He's been a star for many years for them now as he looks for the short option here. Chris Milne, who I think I'm able to identify because he's got the mean sleeve on his right arm now as he looks to go further down the ground. Out the back there was Byers, couldn't take the mark. Cooper McDonald picks up the ball, trying to get the handball away. There was Schoenmakers, and it's just going to be a ball up, which we'll see another ruck duel here between Byers and Schoenmakers. Schoenmakers got the tap down. Horn Mill nearly got the clearance, but it's going to be a Noble Park free kick going in the direction of Horn Mill, and he immediately gives the handball away. They're out here, Noble Park, as I think that's Casey with the kick. Inside 50 they go. Handball over the top there from Marson, intercepted well by Jesse Eycock. Cooper McDonald, we easily are able to identify him with that Dermot Brereton haircut. It's just the ball up. Jared Beanland boundary side.
Rain is starting to come down a little heavier right now, hoping it'll hold off. Just for my own sake, really.
There was a very over-ambitious handball there by Marston, hoping to hit a target.
Yeah, there was too much airtime too, Bresh.
Yeah, there's a blood rule here for... Not too sure who's coming off Noble Park. I think that's, in fact, Kieran Byes. He's got a bit of blood on his streaming down his neck.
I think the scorers have missed a point. I reckon it's Rowville 3 points, Noble 1 point.
I think Clark missed that set shot from before. So
and then you had Matty Trainer and then another one.
Yeah,
I think
the other one.
They did. I think they might have missed one as well. As it's a scrap here in the Noble forward 50.
I think the good thing about what both coaches will be happy with so far is the fact that their defences are holding up here.
Yeah. Sean makes a big leap there, gets the tap down, but Glenn nearly picked up the ball. Noble looking to push further forward. Vaughan Milton tried to shrug off that Rowville defender off the ball, and it's just going to trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw in here. But in Noble Park's attacking 50 as they look to get the first goal on the scoreboard here. They've been 11 minutes and still no goal yet, Ryan.
So the ball brought back into play. In the ruck there was the tap from Thomas. And it's real contested ball here as a tackle will lead to another ball up.
A lot of players around the ball there.
Certainly we'll be watching that weather as the rain starts to pick up again. In the ruck there was Zijai. And we'll get another ball up. So bit of a stalemate at the moment. We've gone 11.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard without a goal yet. Might be a bit of a low-scoring game as Rowville look to link up and get out of here. Martini, the handball off, and they've done well here. That was Colclough. Got his handball forward, cut off now. Here's a chance of Hudson Thomas from the Noble Park Football Club as the ball is brought out of bounds for another boundary throw-in.
Hudson Thomas also returning to Noble Park this year. It's a handy inclusion.
And he's another option that they can have run through the midfield as well.
So the ball brought back into play in the ruck. Shoal Makers, front position, got his tap forward, and Rowville now kicking it towards their forward 50. Couldn't quite get Mav Taylor. Was beaten in the contest. He lays a good tackle though, kept the pressure up, and he's given a free kick away though in the back. So Noble Park will look to switch the ball here. The kick's a dangerous one, barely makes it to Anthony Marston, doesn't. It's cut off now. Rowville with a chance. Caught just before he went inside 50. Brilliant run-down tackle on Davey, and now Noble Park a chance. I'll play on immediately. They've got players open in the midfield. One of them is Bull, couldn't quite get there. Chasing it after it was Fairbank, and they've lost some ground. Cut off now. Now Rowville got numbers out. Here's Mav Taylor's one of them. They've got two over the top if Mav Taylor can pick it up cleanly. Bees tackle right away. And did he dispose of it? No, he didn't. Well done by Noble Park. They had all the numbers, and now they'll get their chance going forward. Here's Fairbank. Short kick to the close to the broadcast side, and McDonald. And that was a big chance gone missing for Rowville, as McDonald will slow things down. Kicks it long towards a pack of players. Big fly there, and strong mark from Rowville. That good hands by Stainthorpe. So they've been able to turn it over almost if they can just able to control it before they go out of bounds. A tackle by Quaife will lead to another boundary throw-in. 13.5 minutes gone, no goal on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Neither side giving an inch. It's a fantastic game of football up to this stage.
It's a round one game of football.
Resembles a game of chess, Raymond.
It does.
There's the tap down there from Evans. On hands and knees there is Lachlan McDonald, and umpire circling.
Boundary.
It's just going to be ball up. Jared Beanland boundary side.
I just want to highlight Josh Powell. It was his tackle on Mav Taylor that created that turnover in Noble Park's defensive line.
It was a great tackle as Lachlan McDonald is set to get the clearance here. Is it going to trickle out of bounds? It will. So some territory gained here for Rowville, who is still in front. 2 behinds to Noble, just the 1 behind. We've played just over 14 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as it's Evans against Beach here. Beach got the tap down. Sketcher's going to get the clearance. It's just going to go out on the full, and it nearly hits our boundary rider, Jared Beanland.
Ryan Long.
Around the grounds, Fenchurch Gully 3-2-20, lead Sylvan 1-1-7.
As called back here to take the kick is Kane Young. Doesn't have too much to go to, so he's forced to go backwards. A bit of a dangerous kick there, but a good mark taken there by Stainthorpe, who's pushing further across the ground to Cooper McDonald, who couldn't pick up the ball. Immediately under pressure from Benjamin Marson, and just locked in there on the far side centre wing as Marson nearly got the ball there himself, but it's going to go out the back here for Rowville. Josh Clark, the clearing kick, but it's just going to go out of bounds on the full. Branch lost on that tree there as Noble going to get the free kick here, and we'll be looking to rebound into attack.
Around the grounds, Josh Warrendite 2-1-13 to Coldstream 1-2-8.
Very interesting game happening out there at Coldstream Reserve as it's going to two centre wing. Nearly picking up the ball there was Jake Gaines, but instead it's going to be a scrap. It's a high free kick there going in the direction of Cal Verrill, who's looked pretty decent on senior debut for Rowville. He's looking to go inside 50, but not a whole lot to go to, and it's a holding the man free kick going in the direction of Ali Zijai. So the ex-Noble man, Ali Zijai, has a chance to, well, finally get the first goal on the scoreboard, Ray Baird and Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, so look, it was just a nothing kick into the forward 50, though, by Rowville. He was under pressure. You know, he shouldn't have played on from the free kick that he got out there on the wing, but you take these opportunities.
So Ali Zijai will kick from just inside the 45-metre arc, we'll call it here. Is it just drifting back? It has drifted back, and Ali Zijai has the first goal on the board for today for Rowville. They're 1-2-8, Noble Park, one behind. We've played 16 and a half minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We finally have a goal in this match.
Well, look, it's been a really titanic struggle so far between the defences, and at the moment we're just seeing whatever side can eliminate these mistakes early to establish a more comfortable game plan for them to score with.
Brash, what I've seen is Rowville have been trying to get that run off the half-back line that they have, but Noble Park have been very good in closing that down.
So Rowville land the first blow of the game. Is McDonald, got his hands off, and he might receive it back in kicking inside 50. Matt Taylor's there if he can run onto it. He's got to chase down his opponent and clearing it out, though. Morrison, it's a bit of a poor kick. Didn't give Quaife much of a chance. Bounced in front of him right on the boundary line, so the ball will be brought back into play. Chance here for Rowville. They're pushing forward. Showmaker's in the ruck. Grabs it out, but his handball's cut off in his sketcher. Running quickly, gets his hands off.
Gone.
That's Gordon in the tackle. Yes. Well done there by Kane Young. And the ball will come back. No advantage here. And a great tackle because Sketcher was running forward looking to receive it.
Quick score check around the grounds. Waverley Blues 1-1-7. East Burwood 5 behinds out at East Burwood Reserve. So an enthralling start out there, Ryan.
So short kick to Verrill. Just started to get a bit more control of the game, Rowville. Their kick inside 50 is a bit of a wild one. Matt Taylor's there. Got his hands to it. And a good tackle by Davey. Ball spilled out. Here's McDonald. Puts it onto the right boot up towards the top of the goal square. They can get a mark. Punch through it down to the ground. Under a lot of pressure, Noble. Morrison's handball leads to just behind. Joshua Powell happy to walk that across just for a minor score. 1-3-9 Rowville to Noble Park, one behind. Coming up to 19 minutes gone in the first
Brash,
term.
the first 10 minutes of the game, Noble Park were in control, but Rowville have fought back in the last 8 minutes or so, and now they're controlling the game at the moment.
As they're going to go inside 50 here, Anthony Brolick with the kick over the top here to Zach Greaves. And, well, it's a very tight angle he'll be kicking it from here, and a fair distance if he's looking to go for goal, which he is. And just a smart kick there from Anthony Brolick into the hands of the Eastern Rangers listed Zachary Greaves, and looking to add Rowville's second on the scoreboard here as he comes in. Luke Bull manning the mark for Noble Park. Looks a decent kick, doesn't look a decent kick at all. It's back on out of bounds on the full. So the score remains 1-3-9 Noble Park, one behind Rowville 1-3-9. We played just under 19.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As kicking here from Luke Ball to a big pack of players. Kieran Byers just tried to shrug his way and get that ball, and But Jackson Sketcher is going to get the ball clear here. Handball over the top there. I think that's to Noble. Kick over the top to Lachlan Quaife. Immediately under pressure from Josh Clark. And good pressure there from Clark as we're going to go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
I think that play has epitomised what Rowville have done so well. They've been able to shut down Noble Park's transition with like extraordinary pressure. I think that's been one of the main differences between these two teams so far.
So ruck duel here between Jake Gaines and Showmakers. Gaines got the tap. Jackson Sketcher the kick out of thin air. Davey nearly took the mark, but he's going to be paid the free kick. Advantage is paid, and evading a tackler there was Jesse Eichhoff. He gets the ball out the back here to Ryan Hall. He's got a man out wide in Zachary Greaves. Did well there, did Powell. He gets a handball away here to Lachlan McDonald, and they're out here. Noble Park,
well done.
just slipping there at the wrong moment, and not the greatest kick there from Kane Young. Noble are going to get the intercept here. Lachlan Quaife is all on his own. Chris Horn-Milne trying to get the handball away. Mitch Schrook is going to get the intercept. He's going to get the handball away here. Arundel. He's got Cooper McDonald on the outside. He's looking to go to the goal square. A good intercept mark taken there. Ryan Morrison, the most trusty hands in the business as he goes the short kick here to number 13. I'm not too sure who that is. There's short kick there to Lachlan Quaife. Not too many options to go to, so he goes short to Jackson Sketcher. A good mark taken there. Matt Taylor looking for the out-of-bounds call, but Sketcher will be paid the mark right in front of us.
We had good view of it.
Forced to go down the line. The intercept mark taken here by Eichhoff, who was looking to go immediately. He couldn't. Kieran Byes with a bit of bandage around his head there. Stopping him in his tracks. It's a 3-on-1 here for Noble, and taking the intercept is Lachlan Quaife as they look to rebound.
That was a gutsy mark by Quaife because he didn't know what was coming from behind.
Had plenty of the ball early. That is a dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Made Casey really work for it. Gets his handball out to a teammate, but they're under a lot of pressure. They've got to be clean. Luke Ball does get the kick going forward. Mark not taken, and they're still just pushing forward through Beach and Francis. The ball kicked into their forward 50, but Rowville do have the numbers, and they'll handball out looking for Brolick on the defensive 50 arc. He takes a mark, and will just have a second to steady themselves. His short kick finds a teammate in Ali Zijai, the only goal kicker at the moment. 22 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. He goes down the line, standing under it was Ryan Morrison. Got his tap forward. He'll receive it again from the handball and put his team out under a lot of pressure on the hospital hand pass. Rowville now with their chance. McDonald, he gets his hand pass off. Now through Clark. Inside 50 goes Flakemore. Up towards the top of the square. Powell's there for Noble Park. The boundary line will beat everyone, and we'll get a boundary throw in.
Rowville to be happy with that going out of bounds there, but now they can set up from the boundary throw in and hopefully score.
And Jared, I'm sure you're probably aware that Rowville play down on the ground.
Yep, that's exactly who I'm looking at.
Yeah, Flakemore.
It's Carl Flakemore. Also, I'll come back to you.
Just one second. Rowville's just cut off the ball here in the forward 50. Snapped on the boot by Martini. Is a minor score. 1-4-10 Rowville to Noble Park, one behind.
Looks like an ankle.
Bendigo Bank. Jared Beanland on the boundary side.
Yep, that does look like an ankle to me. But the other piece of information that I had was that we do have a jumper number change that I didn't catch. Liam Scott, instead of wearing the number 19, is wearing the number 13.
So there we go. Liam Scott in the 13 as ball looks to be brought back into play while Flakemore still hobbling off the ground. They'll kick to the far side, punched away there by Schoenmakers, and they'll look to send it inside 50, almost taken by Greaves. Ball hits the ground, Morrison's fighting for it, hand pass it out to Bull. It was cut off, and now Rowville a chance. Out the back, they've got some numbers. Matt Taylor's under it. He's got 2 to beat, did well, got it the contest down to ground level. Grabbing it there was Clark, socking it off the ground.
Free kick.
A free kick either way.
Yeah.
And it's a free kick going Rowville.
To Clark.
No, he's going the opposite way, I think.
No, I believe it's a Clark free kick, so he'll have a set shot and goal to kick Rowville's second of the
I think
afternoon.
the main difference between the two sides at the moment is Rowville are showing a little bit more poise and coming out of the back line, and when they go into their forward 50, they've got numbers at the contest.
Yeah, look, they're smothering the ball trying to be kicked out of that forward 50 there, but he's got to make the most of this.
So Josh Clark, only the one goal kicked in this first quarter from either side. Clark comes in and has missed it to the right. And it's a disappointing kick, only about 20 metres out.
It was
25 minutes gone in this first term. Rowville 1-5-11 to Noble Park 1 behind, and they've got to make the most of their opportunities while they're dominating.
Well, that's what I was just thinking that, Ryan. Look, when you're that close to goal, what was he, 25 metres out on a slight angle, you've got to kick the goal, particularly in a game like this where there's only been one goal previously kicked in 25 minutes of football.
So Morrison kick-in duties here for Noble Park. Big backer players, buys and beach the big targets. Couldn't get the ball though. Trying to burst his way through the pack. There's Calvero who gets the kick inside 50 to Mav Taylor, who takes a good mark in front of Jake Gaines there. And Mav Taylor is going to go back for the set shot here. And this is you could argue a must kick here for Rowville here if they want to.
You're just considering the dominance they probably had in the last 10 minutes.
It's a good matchup, this one. Baines and
Taylor's very good on the ground as well as in the air.
Yeah, he's shown that today. It's a bit of a long run up. He'll just kick outside the 45-metre arc here at Noble Park. It's a good kick. It's a really good kick. Mav Taylor gets Rowville's second on the board there, 2-5-17. Noble Park one behind. We've played just under 26 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
On the overall balance of things, you have to say that this has been Rowville's quarter, and the fact is that they're sitting at 2-6. They probably should be sitting at around 4-3, Ray.
Yeah, exactly, Brash. But what Noble Park have got to do now, they just got to stop the play, slow it down, go into quarter time and reassess.
30 goals to Mav Taylor last year. Very important play for their forward line as the ball's brought back into the middle. Short kick forward. It's going to be cut off for Noble Park here. Sketcher just bullied his way through, but Rowville got some numbers. And here's a chance now for Wood. His kick is onto the wing. Bit of trouble there for Davey. He's got a man right behind him that tackles well and brings the ball to a stop. And we'll get not a boundary thrown, a ball up here on the broadcast side. The kick tap out here for Rowville. Doesn't go too far. Here's Powell for Noble Park. Happy to run that out of bounds right in front of us. One score around the grounds. Nuttawading lead 3-4-22 to Croydon North Emlock 2-4-16. The ball brought back into play. Can't be too much longer. We've gone 27 minutes in this first term. Tapped out there by Shoalmakers. There was
That's a clever
Colclough
hand pass.
over the top. Inside 50. Noble Park going to have to be clean here. They're under a lot of pressure. The handball's a dangerous one. And that's been a bit of the story of the first quarter. But they've got some numbers out and they've done well to escape. Here's a chance now. Kick forward. And Fairbank, and along with his teammate there in Marston, did well. The kick, though, doesn't give their forwards any real chance. And it's Ali Zijai who's been able to pick it up nicely. Kicked it over the top there to Arundel.
Too slow.
And they had just had all the space in the world on that far wing. They're going inside 50. Can they get another late one? They've kicked the opening 2. And a strong mark there by Morrison. Did well. He's had plenty of the ball early. He'll play on straight away and kick it to Horton Milne. They look to clear their back 50. He's under a lot of pressure, and well done there by Brolick. And
that is great pressure by the Rowville forwards there. Brash, I just get the impression, the way the game's going, Rowville are anticipating Noble Park's hand passes.
Exactly.
They're telegraphing their hand passes, and they're getting cut off.
So tough angle here for Anthony Brolick in the pocket. Snaps around the corner. It's a good-looking kick, but it is to the right, so just a minor score. 2-6-18 to Noble Park, one behind. Coming up to 29 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. But that pressure in their forward line, they've made it really difficult for Noble to escape.
Actually, Morrison's actually keeping a minute down in there at the moment for Noble Park.
Exactly.
Well, he's not on kicking duties here. Kicking duties here belonging to Jackson Sketchers. He's going to go to the far side here. 2-on-1 in favour of Noble and taking good mark there. Thomas Glenn. Not too much to go to. Looking for options further up the ground. He goes to true centre wing. Nearly from behind there for Speech, but they're going to get the ball inside 50 here. No, they won't. Anthony Brolick, Rowville will get the ball inside 50 here. Is it a holding free kick? It is, and it's going in the direction.
Downfield.
It's a free kick to Noble.
I think we were all watching the ball coming into the forward 50, so something happened after it was kicked in.
We were ball watching as short option here in Jack Beach, who's looking to find his partner in crime, Kieran Byers, but a good spoil from behind there from the Rowville defender. A high free kick going to Noble Park here, and here's a big chance for Jack Francis to kick the Bulls' first goal. And we played just under 30 minutes here. You'd think there won't be too much longer in this quarter, and this would hurt Rowville, who have dominated this quarter, Brash, and it's going to be after the siren, in fact.
Yeah, look, it's only one of the very few opportunities that Noble Park have had in this quarter. They've been soundly beaten on that half-forward line. They just can't get the ball past there.
So Jack Francis is going to come in, and you would think he'd kick their first goal. As he missed it. I might have jinxed him. But
gee, we talk about some of the misses that Rowville had, but gee, they had to kick that one.
That's a massive miss there.
That is
Francis,
a massive miss.
As it's quarter time, and we played 30 minutes in that quarter. Just the two behinds to Noble Park. Rowville 2-6-18. The only goal kickers on the day. Mav Taylor with
he's kicked one and Ali Zijai's kicked the other, Josh.
Mav Taylor and Ali Zijai, the only goal kickers on the day for the Hawks, and Noble yet to get a goal kicker. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the round. When we return, Jared will have one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the second quarter of action here between Noble Park and Rowville.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Back at Rowville here, Noble Park against Rowville. It's the Hawks who lead 2-6-18 to Noble Park. Just the two behind. We're going to go quickly to the score centre with Ryan Long. Some interesting games happening around the grounds.
Yeah, around the grounds, Berwick lead 4-4-28 over Vermont 1-4-10 early on in that game. Norwood 3-4-22 to Doncaster 1-1-7. Robbie Gray no impact as yet from what I've heard. Waverley Blues 3-2-20 lead East Burwood 0-6-6. Out at Templestowe, 2-3-15. The Dockers trail the Redbacks 3 straight 18. Mulgrave still lead by 14 points over the Basin. Jumping into Division 4, Kilsyth kicked the first 7 goals before Forest Hill scored, so they have a handy lead there. And Surrey Park lead 1-5-11 to Scoresby 1-4-10. Then jumping into Division 3, Warrandyte 4-1-25 to Coldstream 2-4-16. And Ferntree Gully 6 goals to 1 in their first quarter against Sylvan. Look to be the goods. Boys, before we get to Jared Beanland, who will have one of the coaches down on the boundary, it was probably a dominant quarter by Rowville. It wasn't put on the scoreboard as such, but their forward pressure has really struggled Noble in trying to escape the ball out of their back 50.
Look, Noble jumped out of the blocks for the first 10 minutes, but they didn't hit the scoreboard. But then Rowville after that, Rowville controlled the rest of the quarter, and Brash and I were just talking off air. The way the Rowville forwards kept the ball in there, their harassment and everything. Look, Ben Wise must be absolutely wrapped with the way the game's gone so far.
I think too, Ryan, that Noble are lacking a central focal point through that centre half forward region. They're not generating any run from that half forward line. They've only been probably inside 53 times. But the most noticeable thing for me is the fact that at every single contest that Noble Park are contesting, there's 2 and 3 Rowville players harassing them, trying to force a turnover. And I think that is affecting the decision-making of Noble Park and where they can actually place the ball or kick the ball to their advantage.
Also, are we going boundary side here with Jared Beanland?
One sec.
Oh, sorry, Jared's not ready there. Steve Hughes just finish up his address. I'm sure he's down there right now. Jared? Jared, have you've got us there?
Boundary.
Yep, Jared.
Let's cross down to Jared.
I've got Steve Hughes, coach of Noble Park. Steve, you were pretty optimistic in that address that the game will settle and your boys will come back into it with cleaner ball use.
Yeah, it was a hot footy, lots of pressure around the contest, no surprise round 1. So I think if we just tidy up our ball use, we can get back into it for sure.
Is that the main place that the improvement's going to come from in the second quarter?
Yeah, just decision making and being cleaner by hand. If we're cleaner by hand, then we'll get more of a dividend. So.
Do the conditions worry you in that regard?
No, not at all. Not at all. All good.
Cheers, Hughesy. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jared Beanland there. Just around the grounds in Division 1, Mooroolbark 8-3-51 lead the Blues 1-1-7. That's a big result out there. Beaconsfield 5 straight 30 to 2-1-13. And then both Montrose and Mitcham lead South Belgrave and Mitcham as we're back in the action for the second quarter, Josh Ward.
So Noble looking to get the clearance here through Jackson Sketcher, but it's going to be intercepted by Cal Farrell, who couldn't get a clean handle of it. Jack Beach is going to get a bit of a shank of a kick there in the direction of Hudson Thomas. He gets the handball away to Lachlan McDonald, who's looking to go inside 50 to Harley Fairbank. He couldn't get the ball there. Tap forward there from Stainthorpe. It's just going to trickle out of bounds here. So a positive start there for the Bulls.
Positive start, but once again, it's that ball use into their forward 50, Noble Park, it's still an issue.
It is a very big issue indeed. They need to fix that up throughout the game and soon actually, as Lachlan McDonald is going to get the clearance here. Matt Taylor, one of the gets fist forward there from the Noble defender, but tagging the intercept there, it was Nashwood, who's looking to go further down the ground in the direction of Matt Evans. Just going to go out of bounds here, right near the new scoreboard here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval, which reads Noble 2 behind, Rowville 2 straight 16. Just over a minute played here in the first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As boundary throw in here, just waiting for boundary umpire to throw it in. As he does so, and Showmakers is going to get the tap down. Sketcher is going to get the clearance though. He's had a good game, has Sketcher. Noblet couldn't take the mark. They're going to pick up the crumbs though here, Noble Park, and the handball there to Jack Beach, but immediately under pressure there are the Noble players, and it's just going to trickle out of bounds here. Look, Jared Bainland, boundary side quickly, Ray.
Look, you look at the Noble Park, they're handballing to the player who's standing still. When Rowville handball, it's a player that's on the move, and that's the one big difference.
Jared Bainland quickly, boundary side.
Curtis Flakemore out for the game with, we thought it was an ankle injury, turns out it's a knee.
Oh, that's a big blow for Rowville, but they're going to get the clearance here. Getting the kick away there was Kane Young, nearly inside 50. Couldn't take the intercept mark though, Scott, but a free kick is going to be paid here, I think in the direction of Scott, as they're looking to rebound here. Noble Park, not a whole lot of options though for Scott, who's just forced to go down the line to centre wing. Verrill sitting underneath. There's a good mark taken there from Carl Verrill, but bit too quick there. Nashwood under pressure, gets the kick away, but
Must have been touched.
play on, says the umpire. It was intercepted there from the Noble defender, but it was touched off the boot. And it's going to be a ball up here in Rowville territory. It's a ball up here. Showermakers got the tap down. Clark looking to get the clearance, but under pressure there from Tom Glenn, and it's going to be a secondary ball up, Rash.
Yeah, look, both sides, I reckon, are breaking even at the clearances, but it's Rowville are a little bit more cleaner with their disposal.
So Sketcher gets a thumpy kick from the clearance there. Cooper McDonald and Kane Young out the back here going to win the foot race. But they're under pressure, though, from Ben Marston, and Harley Fairbank takes the mark there. Good pressure from Ben Marston, and a big chance here for Noble to get their first goal on the score sheet.
Cardinal Sin, Ray, you've got to go to the boundary line.
Yeah, you kick it out of that centre corridor.
So Harley Fairbank, who's changed out of the long sleeves, which he was wearing in that first quarter. He's wearing the short sleeves now. He'll kick. Bit of a interesting setup there as he comes in. He'll kick from about 35 metres out here and comes in. He likes it off the boot. He likes it very much so. And Noble have their first goal on the board there. 1-2-8. Rowville 2-6-18. We've played just over 3.5 minutes here in the first quarter on the second quarter, on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And when you've got your foot on the throat of an opposition side, you don't want to be making those sort of turnovers in your back half.
When he had two options to give it to, you know, he could have kicked it out further because he had an outside runner, and he could have handballed it as well. But look, that's a pressure. You know, this is a finals
it's been
type
happening
game.
the other way as well with Rowville's forward pressure.
You always tend to go to your dominant side and not your non-dominant side.
Yeah,
absolutely. So ball back into the midfield, kicking it forward there. Horton Milne standing under is Verrill and takes the mark, and he'll look to send it going forward for Rowville, but it's cut off there by Sketcher. Betty's man in McDonald did well to recover it as well, and kicking into the middle of the ground. Big collision there by Brolick, came into Horton Milne, and Rowville now going forward with Greaves taking the mark.
Well done by Brolick there.
Had to make the contest.
I'll tell you what, one man I wouldn't want to run into, and that's Brolick.
No, you wouldn't. As Horton Milne just found out, and Greaves is looking to take the set shot from outside the forward 50 arc.
Sometimes it's just that little 1%er that can create a forward opportunity.
So in comes Greaves. Be a tough kick, pretty tough angle from outside 50. And gets onto it. It's got the distance. If it can come back just short, and the mark taken there by Noble. And I believe, is that Scott down on the last line of defence?
Morrison.
Morrison, he's been everywhere, hasn't he? He's short kick into the pocket for Noble. And they'll just take their time as they go down the wing.
Quick score check around the grounds. Whitehorse Pioneers 4 straight 24. Fair Park 7-4-46. So a good start for the Lions out there at Springfield Park.
Big result for the Lions as Noble goes down the line and cut off there by the young man in Kane Young. Don't think he's too young, actually. I don't know his age, but he'll go forward. He's got the bandage wrapped around his head. Inside 50 for Rowville. Punched away. Out there, tackled straight away, Noble. They kicked, though, inside the middle of the ground. Made it hard for Noblet. Did well, though. And now they'll go inside 50. Fairbanks there if he can run onto it. Cut off, though. Had a fantastic job there, did Rowville, down in the back line. They'll go down the line. Mark taken by Greaves.
Been lively.
Starting to have quite an impact for Rowville. The kick, though, smothered into the man on the mark. Fairbank here in the middle of the ground. Couldn't pick it up for Noble. Tackled there. And the hand pass off by Noblet inside 50 is another turnover. And that man, Stainthorpe, who did a fantastic job to pick up that ball before.
So Cal Verrill has got plenty of yardage here. He's looking to push further down the ground and couldn't take the mark there, could Nashwood, and invites the Noble pressure, but Rowville are doing well here. Matt Evans was there. Noble are going to get the ball cleared though. Powell takes a really good mark there. Looking for options. He's got the short option here in Jack Beach. He's looking to go further out wide here. Looks like to Jackson Casey, who had a good first quarter. Hasn't had much of it in this second quarter, though. Early on, as Jesse Eichhoff tried to get the kick away, but it's going to be intercepted. And Harley Fairbanks all on his own. He couldn't pick up the ball, though. It evades him. And Carl Stainthorpe there Running onto it, a big collision there between Quaife and Stainthorpe. Noble are going to get the ball forward here. Byers couldn't control it. Cooper McDonald nearly pounces on it, but he was held off the ball
that
there.
was tough.
How about Stainthorpe? His efforts in this first half.
There, neither player gave an inch.
He's had a brilliant. He's looked pretty good this game.
We could hear it.
As Cooper McDonald looking to push further down the line. Powell against Mav Taylor. Powell couldn't pull the mark in. Casey was held off the ball and is going to get the free kick here. He's starting to become a little bit more active these last couple of minutes. He's going inboard here. Couldn't take the mark there, Luke Ball. He does pick up the ball though, goes further out wide here to Lachlan McDonald, who's going to go for the kick inside 50. Marston was all on his own. And I think that's Matt Clark who's taken the mark. And here's a chance on Noble Park's senior debut for Matt Clark to kick his first Noble Park goal.
They actually made hard work of that, Ray, because they went across and around.
Yeah.
Right, and they're, 50 metres, 40 metre shot on goal here for Clark. He's going to have to kick it now.
But, Breast, their last two entries into the 50s, there's been 3 Rowville players by themselves
They're pushing too far up, the Noble Park forwards.
So he'll kick right on the arc here. It looks good. It looks really good. And Matt Clark has a first senior goal for Noble Park in his first senior game, and they all get around him. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard reads 2-2-14. Rowville 2-6-18. We've played just over 8.5 minutes here in the second quarter.
Actually, and Byers probably had it before he spent it and then gave the free kick away. So
yeah.
it looks like that Noble Park have just sort of settled down a little bit and are starting to get the game a little bit on their terms, but their disposal still to their forward 50 is still wanting.
Exactly.
They've got to hurt him on the turnover, which we've done a couple times this quarter, which have led to scoring shots, so the ball brought back into the middle. There's a clearance here for Horton Milne. Had plenty of space and kick it up towards the top of the goal square, just over the top of the head of Byers. Running back into it was Clark, who just kicked the last goal. And they looked much better that time coming through the midfield. Horton Mill plenty of space.
Horton Mill got space then to run through that midfield, which he was being denied in the first quarter by Colclough.
So he's stepped up while Jackson Sketchers had a big game in the absence of Kyle Munn. Ball brought back into play. Free kick here may go to Rowville for a hole-in-the-man decision, but not called. Horton Milne just lets it go out of bounds. I think he socked that across the ground, so another boundary throw-in. Gone almost 10 minutes into this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Noble Park have brought the margin back to just 4 points after going goalless in that first term. So in the ruck here, Byers. Rowville got some numbers to try and clear it out. Tackled right away, and here's a chance for Powell. Hand passed it off to a standing teammate, and ball was just dropped to the ground. McDonald, the clean hands off to Shrook, and they're out, Rowville. They've got some players out on the far side. Woods' handball passed off, and now the mark just dropped there by Arundel, but had plenty of time and space as he kicks it forward to Mav Taylor, who takes the mark, pushed as he marked it, and he's come in flying there. Geez. That was Liam Scott who came in very late.
25.
And there will be a 25 decision. And I don't know why he had to do that, Brush.
No, just impetuosity, I think, to try and have an impact on the contest. It backfired in a big way here.
Certainly. So now Mav Taylor will have a set shot as he comes in from inside 50. Kick on the way. It's there for Rowville. And they pay the price, does Liam Scott. And Noble Park, they now trail by 10 points. Rowville's third, 3-6-24 to Noble Park 2-2-14. 11 minutes gone in the second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Ray.
Yeah, that was Mav Taylor's second goal, one in each quarter so far, but very undisciplined there by Noble Park. You know, they've given away a free kick, you know, after the mark and a penalty and an easy goal to Rowville.
Quick score checks around the grounds. Division 3, Coldstream 4-6-30, Warrandyte 5-2-32, Donvale 4-4-28, Oakley District 3-1-19, Ferntree Gully 7-3-45 to Sylvan 1-4-10 out there at Wally True Reserve as it's back in the middle here. Dean O'Neill throws it up. Another reference for the great man as Lachlan McDonald is going. Oh, he won't get the clearance, and instead it's going to be Noble Park. Jackson Casey looking to go inside 50, looking for Matt Clark, who's looked lively this quarter but couldn't take the mark. And it's going to go out the back here for Jackson Sketcher, who's going to go the dribbler. Oh, that's a brilliant finish there from Jackson Sketcher. He's had a great game, has has the star midfielder, and he gets a goal in the second quarter here, and Noble immediately respond 3-2-20. Rowville 3-6-24. We've played just over 12 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second quarter.
Class always rises to the top in certain situations, Ray, and Sketcher once again proved it.
You know, he kicked that while he was bending over.
Yeah.
You know, that's what a good player. Look, what I've noticed in the last 3 clearances that Noble Park have got, there has not been one Rowville player on the cricket pitch side of the contest.
So ball brought back up in the midfield, tapped out their Sketcher.
And there they go
Looked to be
again that way.
almost held there. Coming in was Casey, kicked it forward, or kicked it into the opposite direction. Now chance for Rowville through Mitchell Shrook. He's caught by Sketcher, holding the ball. And what an influence he's had in this second term.
Well, he's lifted his work rate. Not that it wasn't high in the first quarter, but he's starting
really
to have
come
an
alive.
impact.
So Jackson Sketcher, he's got a big season ahead of him without Kyle Martin by his side. The kick is a good one and finds a target down back. And they'll just take their time going down the field. They trail by 4 points in this second term. Pack of players here. Rowville got some numbers out the back and they should be able to take care of it. Cooper McDonald handballed off to his teammate. Did well, shrugged his opponent off and kicks it down the line, but it's a turnover, and there he is again. Jackson Sketcher takes the mark, but it must have been touched off the boot because brought into a tackle, and there'll be a ball up. So soon the game is lifted in this second quarter. Rowville lead by 4 points. There's a ball thrown up on the far wing. Sketcher again with the tackle, just getting it away there, Rowville did. And we'll get another stoppage.
It's a far different type of game than we had last weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I'm sure the conditions will play a bit of part of it again as the rain continues to lightly tread down. Tapped forward there for Noble. It's going to be Clark from Rowville to pick it up. Clean hands off to McDonald. Passed it off to Lachlan McDonald, and they did well to link up going down their line. Out the back here if they can just be able to get a hands on it. It's Scott who's got there first, tackled right away. Lucky not to be pinged. And Noble have done well here. Sketcher had plenty of the ball in this quarter. Hand passes off. And they'll go down the line. Cooper McDonald under. Big mark on top of him. The big fly there by Matthew Clark on debut. And he's kicked those. It's a bit of a poor one. Turned over in the midfield. And now here Clark for Rowville will go inside 50 and hits up Matt Taylor, and what a turn of events. He passes it off to Joshua Clark, run down and holding the ball, and it looked like he was going to run into an open goal, and now Noble the chance to clear it out as it goes out of bounds.
So they do all the hard work there, Noble, and a poor disposal once again. They get no reward for it.
A little bit of a comedy of errors there. You feel got some good pressure from both sides as it's a boundary throw.
How about the mark from Clark?
That was a spectacular mark as it's out the back here for Noble Park. Jackson Sketcher, yet another disposal going in the direction of Matt Clark here. Kane Young, the spoil forward there. He's trying to pick up the ball. He did really well. Cooper McDonald is going to pick up the ball and go inside 50 here. Good contest there between the Noble and Rowville players as it's just going to trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw in here in the forward pocket for Rowville.
I think Young and Clark are playing on each other, and they're both back in their own ability to win the ball in the contest.
It has been a really interesting duel between those two. As it's about to be thrown in here. Evans against Beach. Beach got front position. Jackson Sketcher trying to get the ball clear here. It's Horton Milne instead who gets the ball clear. Cooper McDonald here up against Hudson Thomas. It's just going to go out of bounds here for a boundary thrown. Runs more right in front of the scoreboard here at Pat Wright Senior Oval, which reads 3-2-20 Noble Park. Rowville 3-6-24. Just over 16 minutes played here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as Evans and Byers will go at it again. Byers got the tap, but Rowville are going to get the clearance here. Cooper McDonald going inside 50 here. It's going to be a free kick to Zach Reeves there. No, says the umpire. Plenty of numbers there for Noble Park, and they just take it out of bounds for a boundary throw in here.
That defence of Noble Park at the moment inside that Rowville forward 50, they're really under pressure.
So the ball about to be brought back into play. In the ruck here for Rowville is Taylor up against Byers. Tapped it forward, just juggling it there. Noble Park, they're under a bit of pressure, but here's Sketcher, gets his handball out. And on that far wing, they're just trying to escape the pressure of Rowville up forward, which have been strong all afternoon so far. Ball scraps out. The handball inside 50. Byers should be able to pick it up here for Noble Park. And brought into a tackle. And we'll get a ball up inside 50. Around the grounds, Mulgrave lead 4-12-36 over the Basin, 2-7-19. Waverley Blues 5-2-32 lead. Eastfield 1-8-14, looking for their third straight win of the season. This ball is brought back into play. Kicking it out there, Byers, towards a contest. 4 players flew for it. Fairbank stayed down at the ground, picked it up, and he was tackled right away. Ball leaks out, and a bit of a heavy contest. Very contested as Rowville get their hands out, and now they'll go inside 50, and the bump was late. And I believe that will be a downfield decision.
Well, don't be doing anything stupid by trying to rough up the opponent when you've already been given the free kick.
And I believe that was against, was it Byes that the free kick was against?
Yeah, the big ruckman there.
So Mav Taylor now has a set shot on goal, looking for goal number 2 of the afternoon.
Number 3, I think. He's
number 3, is it?
2 for the quarter.
2 for the quarter. Mav Taylor comes in, and it is on its way. Taylor delivers, and Rowville get their fourth, 4-6-30. Lead Noble Park 3-2-20. We're coming up to 19 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second quarter.
Brash, that was a goal that Rowville probably deserved because they've had it in that forward 50 far more than what Noble Park have in this quarter, and they've just worked, and eventually things went their way and they finally got one.
I think sometimes you've got to give up time, right, to try and create opportunities, and that's what I think Rowville have done well in this quarter.
Yeah.
Quick score check around the grounds as well. I know you'll get angry.
Once again, I'd just like to see a Rowville player on the cricket pitch side of the contest.
So, ball up here, and it's going to be shower makers against Beach. It's Noble who are going to get the clearance here. Lachlan Quaife playing for the free there. It's just going to be
interesting enough. Brolick and Sketcher are playing on each other, but they're playing wide of each other.
Yeah.
And I think Sketcher so far has had the better of that duel.
Yeah. You've got to remember he's far more mobile than what Brolick is as well.
Showmakers at front position got the tap down, but it's going to be a Rowville clearance here. Benjamin Marston, good pressure there from Cooper McDonald, who's had a really good second quarter. Couldn't get the handball away though, and it's holding the ball. Benjamin Marston is going to get the free kick here. They'll look to go inside 50 immediately here through Marston, who sets sails behind. That's a really good kick, and it's a goal. That is a brilliant kick there from Ben Marston. Miles shepherded on the line too from the Noble forward. And they immediately respond once more. 4-2-26 Noble. Rowville 4-6-30. We've just ticked into time on here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And this is exactly what we were hoping for, that once the initial pressure and intensity from both sides just dropped a little, that we're starting to see the creativity from both sides, and now we're starting to see some very good pieces of play from both sides, and it's creating scoring opportunities at both ends of the field.
Right, and it's where the elite players start to step up. We saw Sketcher in this quarter, and the guys like Brolick as well, who've certainly lifted in this quarter. McDonald's one of them as he gets a clearance going forward for the Hawks. Noble Park got some numbers there. Bull couldn't quite take the mark. The handball out though. Here's a chance. Tackled there was Arundel. Ball spilled out, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Hawks.
Probably lucky Jake Arundel not to be pinged there for dropping the ball, but there wasn't enough prior opportunity.
So tap by Schoenmakers down inside 50. The shot on goal from the pocket. Not a bad kick. Just to the right though for a minor score for the Hawks. I'll go to 4-7-31. Just around the grounds, Surrey Park 4-7-31 themselves, leading scores be 2-4-16. And Kilsyth 8-2-50 lead Forest Hill 1-2-8 as Noble Park looks to clear it out of their back half.
Morrison with the kick in here, this time it evades the Rowville man, and Noble looks set to go further forward here. Good pressure though from the Rowville defence or midfield, and it's a stalemate, but it's out the back here for Noble, and it's just going to trickle out of bounds here for a boundary throwing far side on true centre wing, as I think the scoreboard might have had a bit of a glitch there, it looks like. It's given Noble Park an extra goal.
Just quickly, Josh, Donvale 10-10-70 stretched their lead out against Oakley 3-1-19.
That's a big advantage there for the Vales as Noble is set to get the clearance here, and It's a bit of a scrap. Great pressure provided by the Rowville midfield. Luke Ball just bursting through a couple of tackles. Casey gets the handball away here to Chris Horton-Milne, who's immediately under pressure. Cal Verrill nearly takes the mark. Play on, says the umpire. Jackson Sketcher got his hands on the ball. Not too much to go to. One of the targets, though, is Hudson Thomas, and it's just going out of bounds for a boundary thrown right in front of the old scoreboard here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. So Noble pressing here. They're just 5 points down now, and they'll be looking to take the lead here. Ruck duel here between Shoalmakers and Thomas. No clear winner there. Tap behind there from the Noble defender, but Lachlan McDonald is set to get the ball clear. Pushes it further forward. Not the greatest kick, though, and taking the intercept, the ever-reliable Ryan Morrison, who's had a really good game, has Morrison, as he usually does. Short kick there in the direction of Jake Gaines on true centre wing. Going a bit of chip here, Noble Park. Looking to take some time off the clock and get maybe, well, what would be considered a late chance here. They go inside 50 here. Clark, the main target. Sketcher picks up the ball. What a pickup that is. He goes for goal. Harley Fairbank is in behind. He couldn't take the mark. It's just going to trickle to the other forward pocket here, the broadcast forward pocket, and a great duel there between Eichhoff and Fairbank as it's just gone out of bounds.
Quaife should have run more to the contest instead of backing off to support his play there.
Yeah.
He could have laid a bump or a tackle there.
So a boundary throw in here. Hudson Thomas against Shoalmakers. Shoalmakers a good fist there, but Horton-Milne just trying to bullock his way through. He does so. Getting the kick away there was Jack Francis. It's all Rowville though. Good spoil though from Benjamin Marston, and a big and Noble lock it inside their forward 50.
They've done well here. So they'll get another chance. 24 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They trail by 5 points, but they've been a lot better this quarter. The ball brought back into play over the top of everyone's head. Grabbing it out there was Noblet on debut. He's kicked towards the other debut, and Clark just couldn't mark it, and it goes out of bounds again. So another boundary throw-in, but they've been able to lock it in here, and it's important, especially if they can get a late one and lead at half-time, which would be pretty important for the club going into the long break. As the ball brought back into play, Byers in the ruck, tapped backwards, picking up cleanly there. McDonald handballs it off, and they've got some players out in the middle of the forward 50. Soccering it off the ground there was Brolick, clears it on a lot of distance. And there's Davey, who does the exact same thing inside 50, but Ryan Morrison is in the last line of defence here for Noble Park. And he can pick it up with a bit of time, and a short chip over the top to Gaines. And they survive after Rowville cleared the ball very quickly with just 2 kicks. And they'll just take some time to go forward themselves. 25 minutes gone in this second quarter, up towards a big pack of players. Punched forward for Noble Park. Under there is Eichhoff. He gets the ball first. His handball is cut off. Now a chance through Hudson Thomas inside 50, a one-on-one. Did well, did Marston. Passes off to Fairbank, running into an open goal. Kicks it there for Noble Park. And Noble Park hit the lead. 5-2, 32 to Rowville 4-7, 31. 25 minutes gone in this second quarter.
That was a great contest there, man on man, you know, when it was 25 metres out from goal, and it was just a real strength contest, and the luck of the play went Noble Park's way.
And he was already celebrating the goal before he kicked it.
Well,
is Shy Bolton?
Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of showboating.
No, that might come back and bite him later in the day.
We shall see if it does. There's a quick Premier Division score as well out of Streams Reserve. Doncaster 2-3-15, Norwood 9-7-61. As it's back in the middle here, Beach against Shoalmakers. Ali Zijai is going to get the handball out the back here to his teammate. Not too much to go to. Shrook, I think that was, couldn't take the mark. It's out of play for a boundary throw in here. Bit of a side of it. You can give him a break because it is a little wet out there, a little slippery with the rain. Petering down here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. Shoalmakers against Beach. No clear winner, but Rowville, I beg your pardon, are going to get the clearance here. Cooper McDonald on the run, just thumps it inside 50. Not too much to go to, and Ryan Morrison nearly took the intercept, but great pressure provided by the Rowville forwards, and Morrison is still going to pick up the ball though, and immediately under pressure there was Scott. Calls for holding the ball from the Rowville faithful, but it's just going to be a ball up inside forward 50 for Rowville.
Your thoughts on Morrison's first half?
I thought he's done very well considering he's been completely
Under the
under the pump all the time.
Yes, Noble are going to get the clearance here. Harley Fairbank, the last goal kicker. Look at the speed on him. He goes the torp. He goes the barrel. In fact, Stainthorpe is going to get the intercept. A really good intercept there. And they're out here, Rowville through Nashwood. Looking to chase there, Tristan Brunning. Short option there for Wood in Anthony Brolick. Good composure there to evade the Noble defender. He goes inside 50. Not a whole lot to go to out the back here for Noble. And they look to get it clear, but Rowville are providing the pressure. And I think that's Horton Milne with the kick away. Brolick underneath this one, as is Nathan Noblet. A really good mark taken there from the Noble debutant. He's looking for options, not too much to go to. He goes down the line. Stainthorpe got a fist in there. It's gone to centre wing here and immediately under pressure. Tristan Brunning, umpire circling. He's going to pay holding the ball here. So a late chance here for Rowville, and they immediately play on. Josh Clark goes inside 50 here, and the mark taken is Matt Taylor.
Taylor again.
There might have been a hold there on Matt Evans, but Matt Taylor has the mark regardless, and a chance for his third of the quarter and fourth of the match, Ray.
Fourth for the match.
Lovely weighted kick there. Caught the Noble Park back line out of position.
He's caused a lot of headaches for this Noble Park defences. Matt Taylor, as he comes in, the rain is starting to bucket down, to come down a little bit heavier. It's a good looking kick off the boot, and it's there. Matt Taylor has his fourth. Rowville have their fifth. They take the lead back there, 5-7-31. Noble Park 5-2-32. We've played just over 28 and a half minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second quarter.
Looming large Mav Taylor has been the difference between the two sides. Once again, it was beautiful play by Rowville. They got a switch, and that was set up by Stainthorpe's interception there. Created the loose man. They pushed the ball across the side, and they definitely got a couple of not easy, but they were able to create space and perform that
and the foot pass by Josh Clark, that was perfect. And Taylor's your man. 4 goals for the game.
So ball in the middle again. 29 minutes gone in this last quarter. McDonald out of the clearance. Kick forward. We've seen that over and over today as Rowville look to be getting a free kick here, and that will go Matty Davies' way. Yes. That was holding the man as he goes inside 50. Is there a chance for a late one again? Nav Taylor couldn't quite mark it. Pale did well. As Noble trying to get it out of their back 50. And in the tackle there was the Jackson Casey from Noble Park. But an interesting second quarter, very tight here. Rowville will lead at halftime, 5-7-37 to Noble Park, 5-2-32. The goal kickers, Josh Ward.
So for Noble Park, 2 goals for Harley Fairbank, Matthew Clark, Benjamin Marson and Jackson Sketcher with singles for Rowville. Mav Taylor and Ali Zijai, the only other. Mav Taylor with 4 and Ali Zijai, the only other goal kicker for the Hawks. We're going to go to a break here when we return. We'll have the halftime show with myself, Ray Baird and Jared Bainland, where we'll analyse a very interesting first half and continue to provide you with around the ground scores. The scoreboard here reads Noble Park 5-2-32, trailing Rowville 5-7-37, heading into halftime.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel feel good about who you bank with, try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. Pat Wright Senior Oval, where Premier Division Grand Final rematch is taking place between Noble Park and Rowville. Here reads 5-2-32, Noble Park trailing Rowville 5-7-37. Josh Ward here alongside Ray Baird. We'll get Jared Beanland soon, but Ray, to you first. It's been a very interesting first half. A first quarter dominated by Rowville, and then second quarter Noble Park got back into the game and made it and it was a very interesting contest from there.
Yeah, look, this is a contest that everybody who come to Pat Wright Senior Oval today would have expected. The top two teams, and there's only 5 points different at half time. Look, Noble Park settled down first in that first 10 minutes of the first quarter and controlled the game, but didn't hit the scoreboard. Late in that first quarter, Rowville started to get their run off the half-back line, and they hit the scoreboard, and they were in front at 2 points to 2 goals. 2 goals, 6. I mean, accurate kicking by Rowville in that first quarter.
Yeah, and we're now joined by Jared Beanland, who's been down on the boundary. Conditions haven't favoured you at all, but what have you made of the game from the boundary?
Yeah, I think it's the main thing that I've noticed while down there is the pressure and how it sort of ebbed and flowed throughout each of the quarters. I think Rowville's pressure has definitely been the standout throughout the game so far, but just started to fall away a little bit during that second quarter, and I think that's when Noble Park really started to get some of their opportunities. The other thing that I was noticing as well was the clearances for Noble Park when they do get those clean clearances, and we've been focusing on that a little bit. They can really punish Rowville. Rowville have done well to sort of like continue to even up that ledger in the clearances, because if they don't do that, then they'll start to get hurt.
Yeah, well, look, I agree completely with that. But towards the end of that second quarter there, Rowville's midfield, it was Lockie McDonald, it was Anthony Brolick. They got back on top there because the first half of that second quarter, Noble Park controlled the clearances without a doubt.
Yeah, they did, and Rowville did have their as you said, they did have their dominances as well. And a key factor for Noble Park, Ray, Jackson Sketcher, he's had a really good game, but that second quarter in particular, as you said in the broadcast, he lifted his pressure and created more chances around the ground.
Yeah, look, he's a champion. There's no doubt about it. But every time he gets the ball, he runs. He gets meterage with his running, and then he kicks it. Look, strangely enough, he's playing on Anthony Brolick, but they're not playing on each other. They're playing their own game, and they've both been very good for their particular side. But no, Sketcher without a doubt has been the best man on the ground.
And some other players as well for Noble Park, Jared. Jackson Casey as well. He's had his moments on debut. Chris Horton-Milne, Lachlan Quaife had a good first quarter. Who do you feel like there was others that stood out for the Bulls?
I mean, we can't ignore Ryan Morrison. Completely bombarded in that throughout the entire game so far. He's not necessarily been the lone man in defence for Noble Park. They've all put in their work and they've all done really well, but he's been leading the charge for certain for the Bulls down there.
And then when you go forward, guys, on Noble Park's forward line, look, Harley Fairbank, the little crummer there, he's kicked 2 goals for the game, but he's looked very dangerous every time the ball's gone forward.
Yeah, he has. And from a Rowville side of things, it's really hard to go past Maverick Taylor. The 3 goals that quarter and the 4 goals in the first half. He's such a superstar in that forward line and a key player for Rowville this year, Ray.
Yeah, look, he's a forward that presents, and he's on the lead. He can mark in the pack, and he's usually a pretty accurate kick as well. But you look down the back, Cooper McDonald's playing his normal game that he does every week. Fantastic. But Kane Young, to me, has been the best defender on the ground. I know that the Noble defender up there's had a lot of the ball and been under a lot of pressure. But I just think that Kane Young, when he has got the ball, and he's got it lots of times in a defensive 50, he has used it, and Rowville usually have worked it way up into their forward 50.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. On the other side of things, not necessarily with the use of the ball, but I've been impressed with Carl Stainthorpe and the pressure that he's put on, and the willingness for the contest that he has showed down there for Rowville.
Yeah, look, it's been a great game. Look, Brock Colclough, he's manned up on Horton Mill there. I think he did a very good job for a quarter and a half, but Horton Mill got away a little bit once Noble Park started getting the clearances there in the second half of that second quarter.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And it's going to be interesting to see what the approach that Rowville will take in the third quarter, and just for the rest of the game in terms of just maybe trying to lock up, those Noble Park guns like Horton Mill and Sketcher, of course, to see if they can limit their influence on the game.
Oh, yeah, well, to win the game, they've got to limit Sketcher because, as I said, he's been outstanding on it. But he's only one player. If they can just work the ball, go on with their normal way they play their football, and their football is run off the half-back line, kick it to open spaces, back your teammate in to get the ball first and use it.
Yeah, can I say one thing about Brook Colclough as well? It's hard to not identify him with that mullet and the beach blonde hair as well, but you're right as well. That's the key for Rowville in this second half, to shut out Jackson Sketcher. There could be others like Chris Hornmill, who we keep saying he's a star player, and he's had a pretty good start to life at Noble Park last year. And
well, he's got to stand up with the other two players out of their side for the season. Yeah, but look, I think both coaches would be happy at this situation with the way the game's gone. And it's going to be interesting because usually the premiership quarters, the third quarter, one side maybe will break away and get a bit of a lead, and if they do, can the other side peg them back in the last quarter and a half?
I'll ask Ray, what do you reckon Ben Miser's message will be to the boys?
I just think keep doing what you're doing. That's the way they play. Look, sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't come off, and that's what won them all those games last year. You don't change the way you play. Shut down those couple of midfielders, and that would certainly help. But the rest of the guys, do what you normally do.
And Jared, from a Noble Park side of things, what would the message be from Steve Hughes heading into that break?
Well, I think it'll be similar in terms of continue to play the way they're playing, because there was a couple of goals given away there in that second quarter due to ill discipline. If those weren't on the scoreboard, then you would definitely say, obviously Noble Park would be ahead at this stage, and you would definitely say that their game plan is working, and I don't think there's any reason necessarily to say otherwise, despite those free kicks that were given away.
And with the wet weather coming in now, look, you've got to be accurate with your goal kicking. In that first quarter, Rowville, what they kicked 6 behind, So from now on, with the wet conditions, every opportunity you get, and you won't get as many opportunities of what you would if the ground was dry, you've got to make the most of them.
And you look at Noble Park as well, they've been pretty accurate in front of goals as well. 7 scoring shots, 5 goals too. So they've taken advantage of most of those opportunities. Can that continue for the rest of the game? Not too sure. But we saw Rowville as well. Last time they were out here, Pat Wright Senior Oval, they kicked, I think it was 12 goals straight, maybe in... from the end, near the end of that second quarter. And they can't kick straight, but the conditions would make it a little bit tricky. Let's quickly go around the grounds. First up into Premier Division. Only one update there. Vermont 6-6-42. Leading Berwick 5-6-36. So Vermont have hit the front there into First Division. Plenty of interesting games happening there. Croydon Moolbark, a very surprising score here. Moolbark 10-5-65 leading Croydon 3-3-21. Beaconsfield leading Bayswater 5-1-31 to 2-5-17. Out at Montrose Recreation Reserve, Montrose 5-6-36 trailing South Belgrave now 6-4-40. Wanturna South have hit the front as well against Mitcham 9-5-59 to 6-7-43 out there into Second Division. The Basin leading 2-7-19 to 5-4, trailing, I beg your pardon, Mulgrave 5-14-44 the Lions. The Basin 2-7-19, East Berwick 3-9-27, trailing Waverley Blues 8-3-51, so a bit of inaccuracy there for the Rams. Templestowe 6-6-42 have rushed out to a big lead against Ringwood 3-1-19, and no scores unfortunately from Heathmont Baronia and Knox Upper Ferntree Gully, 3rd division now. Plenty of interesting games happening there. Ryandyte 7-3-45 leading Coldstream 5-8-38 out of Coldstream Reserve. Donvale still 10-10-70 leading Oakley District 3-1-19. Fair Park, a fair advantage there for the Lions. 10-8-68 to Whitehorse 5-3-33. Ferntree Gully 9-6-60 leading Sylvan 3-4-22. And into 4th division we go. No update as of yet from Coonung Reserve, the match between Nuttawading and Croydon North Emlock. Forest still have kicked a couple of goals. They're still trailing 3-4-22 to Kilsyth 9-3-57. Scoresby in Surrey Park leading 5-7-37 to 2-4-16 there, so a handy advantage. We're going to end our halftime show here. Thank you for jumping on, Ray and Jared Beanland. Jared, good luck on the boundary in that second half as well. Hope you survive, but we're going to go to another break here. When we return, we'll give you the 3rd quarter of action here between Noble Park and Rowville.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round between Noble Park and Rowville, the grand final rematch in round 1 this season. At half-time, it is Rowville 5-7-37, leading the Bulls 5-2-32, but it was a big second quarter by Noble Park, who got themselves back in the game, and a lot of that had to do with guys like Sketcher, who really stood up in that quarter, Brash. We've certainly got a good contest on the hands. It's the contest we thought we were going to get at the start of the game, and I reckon it's going to be another tight second half.
Well, it will be, Ryan, because both sides are accomplished sides. Then when they get the ball on their terms, they tackle hard, they run in numbers, and then when it's on song, they're able to deliver the ball into their 50 when they get the opportunity. It's just going to come down to which side is going to do it the better this afternoon. And so far, the jury's still out, because I think both sides have had their opportunities to open an advantage, but have not been able to take hold of it.
Well, we'll see who gets on top of this game in this third quarter, as you said. Rowville probably, in that first quarter, probably should have been up maybe 3 or 4 goals, and certainly they came back. I believe Josh is around the grounds, has got some scores.
I do have a score from Heathmont Baronia. A very interesting contest out at A.J. Parker Reserve. Heathmont 5-4-34, leading Baronia 3-6-24 out there. But Heathmont, they held a 13-point lead at quarter time and kept Baronia to just the one behind, so a bit of a comeback in that second quarter from the Hawks. There's plenty of other interesting games happening around the grounds, which we just saw. You know, we've got Moorebark, a comfortable lead.
Moorebark's a big one. That's a massive jump out.
Wanturna South has taken the lead as well over Mitcham.
What's Crichton at the moment? 3-3, is that right?
3-3-21, and Moorebark a 10-5.
Can you see them kicking 50 points, Josh?
I can't see them kicking 50 points, so we might as well just give the...
Well, they've just struggled with scoring for so long, and obviously that's still a trend this year. And this game, though, it is a bit of a low-scoring first half, but it is a very high-pressured game, as Joshua will kick us off for the second half here at Pat Wright Senior Oval.
Showermakers against Beach in the ruck. Showermakers got the tackle and Mill nearly got the clearance, but it's smothered there by Showermakers. Clark here up against Scott. He couldn't pick up the ball though either. As Sketcher just taps it out of bounds immediately. So a boundary throw in here right in front of us in the broadcast position. Well, very early start here in the second half. Shoalmakers against Jack Beach. It looks like Beach has taken on that #1 ruck role today at least. Colecloud looking to get the clearance. Was he held by Horn Milne? He was. Lachlan McDonald takes the advantage. Here's a chance for McDonald. Immediate goal for Rowville. Lachlan McDonald. And in the first 40 seconds, the Hawks, they extend their advantage to 11 points, 6-7-43. Noble Park 5-2-32. Just under a minute played now in that first quarter.
And they're the two players that Rowville need to get into the game. Brock Colecloud and Lockie McDonald.
Well, Lockie McDonald, I thought he had a really good.
Oh, he's had a great
too.
game, yeah. But he's got to look. He's a great.
He's got to go head to head with Sketcher really in that midfield to get him over the line. They have
we'll see Brolick's picking up Sketcher, and that leaves Colecloud on Horton Milne.
Interesting matchup there as the ball back in the middle. The Hawks with a 11-point lead. Good tackle there. Claims are in the back from the Noble Park faithful beside us up here on the balcony.
So far, I think for Rowville, a big win has been Showermakers, because he's toiled manfully and kept Rowville in the contest with his ruck work.
Absolutely. Here he is against Beach. Here's Scott here. Can't quite pick it up. Instead, it's Clark, though. Balls must be very slippery. Everyone's struggling to take the ball in their hands, as the turnover there from Noble Park right in the hands of Cooper McDonald. And he'll go forward for the Hawks, down the line towards Showermakers. It's a tough one to mark. And the ball obviously very slippery. Martini got his handball out to Showermakers, off to Brolick. And here's a chance now through Wood, inside 50, the turnover.
Brash, what I would have liked to see them, Brolick blocked the player once he handballed it.
So Thomas Glenn goes across goal. Had to be a good kick, and Rowville's pressure did enough to stop Noble's attack, as Morrison just soccers off the ground to a teammate, and the short chip there to Jackson Casey taking the mark, and he'll go back looking for his teammate and Gaines. Plays on into the direction of Sketcher, bounces in front of him, did well picking it up cleanly. The kick towards Fairbank is no good, and it's out of bounds on the full, so a chance here for Rowville through Nash Wood. Long kick inside 50. Mav Taylor's underneath it, punched away there and out of bounds. And it was well done there by Jake Gaines.
Even the good ones are impervious to mistake, Ray.
They are, mate.
So boundary throw in here, dangerous here for Noble Park. They're continuing to fight gallantly in this game. Tap there from Beach, but Colecloud had a bit of space. Evans gets the kick away, but the sweeper on the goal line there, Ryan Morrison, who is a contender, I feel, for Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. He goes the short chipping ball there to Jackson Casey, who's had his moments today on debut for Noble Park. He goes inboard here to Luke Bull, who takes his time, gets the handball away here to Jackson Casey, who's got plenty of space. He's looking for Kieran Byers inside forward 50 or near forward 50, but Rowville looking set to get the intercept as the rain starts to get a little heavier. Noble could be set to get the ball clear here. In fact, it's Rowville who get the ball clear here. All on his own, though, is Liam Scott, but providing pressure there. Jai Colecloud did well. Couldn't control the ball, though.
That was good work by the little man against the big guy.
So it's going to be a boundary throw in here. True centre wing, I think near our boundary rider, Jared Beanland, who I hope is surviving down there in the wet conditions. Boundary throw in. Showmaker's got front position. He gets the tap down. Lachlan McDonald, another clearance. He's got plenty of space. Not the greatest kick, and the ball isn't intercepted there in the end from Luke Ball. Jake Gaines under pressure from Mav Taylor, who couldn't control the ball, and it's just
How about the game from Matt Taylor? But we'll go down boundary side to see Jared Beanland. About the conditions?
Yeah, I can confirm that it is definitely coming down heavier than it was before. I really enjoyed halftime. Can we do that again or something?
Sorry, mate, you stick it out there. There's the ball brought back into play. Inside 50 for Rowville. They had the first of the third quarter. Kicking it on the boot there, Martini up towards the top of the square. It's going to be a hard one to mark. Big fly from a few players. Handballed it back into a dangerous spot. Made it hard for Glenn. And Rowville through Colecloud, hits up a target in Nashwood and didn't panic, just saw the open man and was able to hit his target.
Yeah, that was great vision by young Colecloud. He could have snapped it over his shoulder and it could have gone anywhere in the slippery conditions.
Another hit and miss possession there by Noble Park. Well read by Colecloud to set up this opportunity.
It was a beautiful kick, and now Nashwood will line up for Rowville's 7th of the day and a chance to stretch this margin back out to 17 points. Stabs at it to the right, just a minor score. So 6-8-44 the Hawks to the Bulls 5-2-32. We've gone 5.5 minutes in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Once again, inaccuracy by Rowville. You know, they've got to hit the scoreboard. As I said at half-time, you're going to be limited opportunities with the wet weather, so you've got to make the most of them. And that was a one gone by.
You're not wrong there. Having a near 3-goal advantage would feel like 5 goals in these conditions now, as it's absolutely bucketing down here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. Ryan Morrison on kick-in duties. Right in front of us here, the ball now. Cooper McDonald was in position. Good spoil there from Liam Scott, who gets the tap out there, looking for Thomas Glenn, but couldn't pick up the ball. It's all Rowville here. Good pressure applied by Byers, trying to go the kick off the ground there, the Noble player. Icov down the bottom there. Noble got the handball away. Glenn gets the handball away, and they look to go inside 50 here, or attack Noble Park at least. Scott, a really good kick there in the direction of Lachlan Quaife, who's got Jackson Sketcher. Not the greatest kick in the direction of Benjamin Marston, but he somewhat makes it work here. He's going to pick up the ball here. Marston gets the handball away there. It's going to be intercepted, though. I think that's Showamakers. It's holding the ball, says the umpire, and it's a free kick here going to Noble Park. Short chipping ball to Lachlan McDonald. And a big chance here for the ex-Collingwood VFL man to get the first goal on the board for Noble Park in this second half.
Luck's a fortune there, because really Noble Park have not been able to direct that ball. Once again, they've been killed in that centre half forward position this afternoon.
So Lachlan McDonald will kick from a pretty tight angle here. He'll kick from as well just on the 40-metre arc, you'd feel. He comes in, a bit of a long run up. Looks at decent kick. It's just drifting to the right, and it's the first score on the board for the second half for Noble Park, but it's just a minor score. So they improved their score to 5-3-33, still trailing Rowville. 6-8-44, 7.5 minutes played here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So the kick out to Wood. He's kicked down the line over the top of the head of Stainthorpe towards the boundary line. Scott runs that out, and we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of Jared. He's doing a good job down the boundary line. It is Rowville by 11 points. 7.5 minutes gone in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. How many goals we kicked in the second half? The question is, with the rain really picking up, good chance for Rowville to really stamp their authority in the game and stretch this margin out and make it difficult for the Bulls. There's a ball taken out of bounds again. So back into play. Shoalmakers up against Beach. He's had a great game so far, Shoalmakers. The tap, though, was straight to Jackson Sketcher, who threw it into the boot inside 50. The kick is a good one. Grabbing it there was Quave. A handball in front of McDonald. He's kicked it just before the tackle into the direction of Clark, who's on debut. Tackled right away, and he's going to be given a free kick for holding the man. So a free kick here probably too far out to score, Clark, especially considering the conditions, but put it up towards the top of the goal square and they've got a chance.
Some scores around the ground. Frenchy Gully 9-3, 57 Sylvan are coming back though. They're 6-5, 41. A good contest brewing out there at Wally 2 Reserve.
Important for the Cats to come back into that game as Clark just puts it up towards the top of the square. Who can mark this? Punched away there by Rowville. Fell into the hands of Shrook. Tackled right away. Tried to get his kick. Bit of a scrap here. If McDonald can get a kick forward for the Hawks, they've done well. And now through Wood, they clear it out. That was really well done. But the numbers here, Noble have got him. Running onto it there, Brunning. The tackle was well laid there by Noble. Ball spills out. Powell handballs up, passed out to Scott, and the kick forward finds Jackson Sketcher all by himself in the middle of the ground. And the Noble players are out here. I've got one, which is Jackson Casey. His first game in Bulls colours. He kicks it across the ground, finds McDonald, getting involved, inside 50, and it's a good-looking kick. The defender had to do really well there in Eichhoff and did, and spoiled that out of bounds. So it was a good-looking kick inside 50, but Jesse Eichhoff's been a very reliable player.
Needs to be lower in these conditions. You've got to try and hit your
chest
players and hit the chest.
Exactly,
Ball
Bresh.
Brought back into play. Chance to clear out here for the Hawks through Shrook. And the kick towards the boundary line will be a good result as it rolls out of bounds.
And the lights are on here at Pat Wright.
Boundary side, Jared Beanland.
Was getting a bit dark, wasn't it, boys?
I was about to say, Matty Fody has finally found the light switch.
You got a Bruce laugh out of Lee Green there. He enjoyed that one as it's a boundary throw in here. Showmakers against Beach, as it has been for most of the day. Beach got the tap down. Rowville looks set to get the clearance though. Jackson Sketcher in the thick of it once more, and it's just a ball up here.
The one thing that I like about Rowville is they're prepared to take the corridor on, whereas Noble Park are trying to play far and wide and go the long way home. Eventually, it's going to wear you out, and I think this is where Rowville can really get an advantage in the second half.
So Showermaker's a decent fist there in the direction of McDonald, but it's trickled out of bounds before he could get full control there. Lachlan McDonald. We played just over 11 minutes here in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Rowville 6-8-44, leading Noble Park 5-3-33. His Beach got the tap down in the direction of Jackson Sketcher, but he couldn't get the ball clear, and there's plenty of pressure around as Rowville will get the ball forward here. Trying to control it there was Matt Davey, but Powell is going to get his hands on the ball here, gets the handball away just in time in the direction of his teammate Harley Fairbank. A 3-on-1, couldn't take the mark. Cooper McDonald, it was a 4-on-1 in the end, and Rowville looks set to rebound. The darting kick there in the direction of Jai Colclough, who's looked pretty lively this third quarter. Not the greatest kick, and I'm not too sure if it's out of bounds on the fall. Ryan Morrison is going to take the kick in there. Ryan Long.
Just out at Templestowe, the Dockers lead 6-6-42 to Ringwood 3-1-19.
That bogey ground once again is haunting Ringwood.
So Morrison gets the kick in the direction of Big Pack there. Scott is going to get the ball inside 50 here for Noble Park, but Kane Young, who's had a pretty good game against Matt Clark, he picks up the ball, gets the handball in the direction of Ali Zijai. He couldn't get the ball though. Zijai invites the pressure of Tristan Brunning, and it's just going to be a ball up. Attacking half here for Noble Park.
Heard anything from Nunawading Mlock, Ryan?
No update since the last one, 3-4-22 to 2-4-16. So obviously there would be a change there, but haven't heard from Nunawading.
More importantly though, Surrey Park have bolstered their lead against Scoresby.
They do have a strong lead in this third quarter over there down at Scoresby, a past players event happening there today, as kicked forward there by McDonald inside 50 for the Bulls. Grabbing it was the Hawks in Jesse Eichhoff, but happy to walk that out of bounds. 13 minutes gone in this third quarter, just a one goal kicked.
Bit of a lull in the contest at the moment.
Certainly is a bit of a stalemate as the ball brought back into play. Tap forward, tackled right away by Horton Milne. Good tackle, not rewarded as the ball flicks out. McDonald for the Hawks, hand passes it out, and they go down the line. It's a 2-on-1 contest in favour of the Noble. Byers couldn't quite take the mark, and is a pretty good result here for Rowville. They've done well, but believe it's a boundary throw-in, and they were almost out through Matt Davey.
For as damaging as what Sketcher has, I think McDonald from Rowville has
He
offered the same value as well for Rowville's. So I think that's a break even for me on that.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't worry about a tagging as such. You've got your own player that can certainly do the same thing as what Sketcher's doing, which is very important for the Hawks.
And Brash, you mentioned early in the day about big shower makers. Could he stand up? Well, up to now he has. He's taken on 2 of them in the ruck.
That's right. That's a big win for Rowville as well.
And looked good as the Hawks try and get it inside 50. Ball just on the ground. Picked up there by Martini. Handballed it out. Now the soccer inside 50. Chance for the Hawks. Doing well there was Marson. And he'll be escort that out of bounds on that far wing.
A huge bonus here if Rowville can snare a goal, because for the last 8 minutes or so, it's been up the other end.
Correct, and that would be a big margin in this weather. If they can get the next one. The kick forward didn't do too much as Noble Park looked to clear it on the far side up towards the contents. Who can get it up cleanly? That's McDonald. Very good pick up. It's a one-on-one inside 50, and they've got a player running past in Fairbank. Did well. Got past one, puts it onto the boot. How's the bounce? Can it beat the defender towards goal? Hits the post. Oh, would have been a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
Was he celebrating before that went through this time? I don't think so.
He would. I don't think he would have, Ray. 5-4-34 Noble. Trail Rowville 6-8-44. 15 minutes gone in the third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So
no, you wouldn't have thought so.
Definitely wouldn't have thought so. There's the short kick there in the direction of Cal Verrill, once again on senior debut for Rowville. The ex-Eastern Rangers captain goes long. Decent fist there from Byers in the direction of Quafer. Couldn't pressured there. Cooper McDonald couldn't pick up the ball, and it's a boundary throw-in on true centre wing here at the Pat Wright Senior Oval.
And that's the one thing I've been really impressed with Rowville, is their gang tackling this afternoon. They've really put Noble Park players right under the hammer.
You're not wrong there, as Lachlan McDonald is looking to get the clearance, but it's going to be Chris Horn-Milbert is in the direction of Cooper McDonald after a decent smother. Anthony Brolick, who's looking for Mav Taylor. A bit of a falcon there, I think, there for Mav Taylor. And he looks a little ginger after that. There's Jake Gaines on hands and knees. Matt Davey on hands and knees, trying to get the handball away. Kieran Byers is on the run here, as is Mav Taylor, who gets the handball away to Cooper McDonald. Not the greatest handball, though, and McDonald's under pressure. Cole Cloud just gets it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in on centre wing there, so it's really becoming a scrap, and plenty of pressure provided by both sides so far in this third quarter. Just the one goal.
And Shower Makers is having a rest with Evans taking the ruck work at the moment.
He's come back on, though, his Shower Makers, but it's still Evans in the ruck. Byers got front position and got the tap. CJ looks set to get the clearance, or it's in fact going to be Noble Park through Jackson Casey, who gets the handball over the top here for Jack Francis. But it's intercepted here by Mitch Shrook, whose kick is smothered there. Cooper McDonald is going to pick up the crumbs, though. Not the greatest kick, and was pressured well by Noble, and Tom Glenn will look to go inside 50 here. Options are plenty, as Jack Beach was one of them, but Rowville are going to get the intercept here. Carl Stainthorpe, the kick away there from Nashwood. Picking up the ball there was Martini under pressure from Rhea Powell. Lachlan McDonald under pressure. They're doing well here in the pressure stakes here. Noble Park, a good spoil from behind. Nick Showmakers. That's a golden fist that Danny Frawley will be proud of.
Every possession's
once again, some very good work by Lockie McDonald, putting his body on the line.
Absolutely. We go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
On the field, but probably something to keep an eye on there.
It's not promising as boundary throw in here. Tom Glenn is going to pick up the ball here, go into the middle of Pat Wright Senior Oval. Rowville are going to have the Crummers running on hands and knees. He's going to get a high free kick here.
Ray doesn't like it.
Ray doesn't like it, as Noble is set to go inside forward 50 here, Ryan.
And they almost hit up Marson on the chest. He dropped it, bounced off, but that's the sort of kick you want. Right on the chest in this wet weather footy, but wasn't able to hold it. Ray,
you said Ray doesn't like it when the defender's standing there and the opposition player runs into him and he gets penalised.
So here's a chance. They'll clear it out through Wood towards his teammate there in Greaves. Did well, picked up clean and then passed it to a teammate running by, but that kick, if it will be out of bounds on the full, so Noble Park will respond. But their defence has been holding up well, Rowville, because
Look,
they're under a
Zachary
lot of
Greaves
pressure right
too.
now.
Greaves has been a great player. Yeah.
So he really has. So has Stainthorpe, I thought.
Yeah.
Especially in that first half, I thought he was really influential.
No, he's been very good.
McDonald sends it down towards Noble's 50. Mark not taken. Fell through the hands. Out the back. Here's Shrook again. Just gets his hands away to a teammate. And a chance now through Colclough. They just keep the ball going forward. McDonald was hit hard. And they will remonstrate as well. But don't give it away because they've got it here. McDonald's free kick.
Haven't got an issue with you standing up for your player, but don't give the free kick away.
Kane Young had a few words to say. It's really on here.
A yellow
Jackson
card.
Casey, the yellow cards come out. And I think this is what we may have expected. It is on the broadcast side. Jared Benland's got a great view of it right now. As the ball's played on, I haven't even realised on the far side here for Rowville. They go forward now through Arundel. Couldn't quite get there as it rolls out of bounds.
Well, it is now the only way that you're going to break that scuffle is you've got to keep the game moving.
How good's that from the Dean O'Neill umpiring? Score check from Josh Ward.
East Burwood have hit the front against Waverley Blues, 8-12-60 to 9-3.
Two more yellow cards here. Mitch Shrook for the Hawks. He'll come off for a spell. And no will play here. I think that's Jackson Casey, who's will spend some time on the bench, but well and truly in control are the umpires.
Especially Dean O'Neill.
I suppose the way they look at it, it's a small price to play to fly the flag, isn't it?
Boundary side with Jared Benland.
Yeah, Chris Alton-Milne, who copped that heavy hit earlier, has just come back onto the ground, so it looks like he'll be all good.
There he is running to the ball at the moment. Ball brought back into play. The rain has seemed to halt for the moment as Noble Park clear it out of their back half. Trying to grab it there was Noblet for the Bulls. Ball hits the ground. No real, almost a free kick there given with Fairbank pushed aside, but it's Clark here for the Hawks who kicks it inside 50. Good chance here. They've got some numbers. It's 3-on-2 contest. Good tackle laid. Kicked off the ground. Goal for the Hawks.
Matty Davey.
Matty Davey scores.
The opportunist.
The opportunist as Rowville kicked their 7th of the game. And they stretch out to a handy 16-point lead, 7-8-50 to the Bulls, 5-4-34, and 21 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, boys.
Really important goal there, Ray, as you said. The next goal, right, is really going to sort of really give Rowville the advantage here because now all of a sudden Noble Park are going to try and find 4 goals. And under these conditions, it's not going to be easy the way that they're playing.
And with Matty Davey, you've only got to give him half a chance. You know, that was straight off the ground, wet weather football, you know, no mucking around.
Just smart footy.
Yeah.
No airs or graces about that one, but got the job done.
And Rowville are set to get the clearance here. Nashwood, handball there to Matt Martini, who's had a bit of the ball, but he hasn't had too much of an influence. It's going to trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw in here.
I've liked his game so far.
He's shown signs of promises.
Martini.
He's done some good things, hasn't he?
Quickly around the grounds, Coldstream 7-9-51, over Warrandyte 7-8-50, Donvale 15-11, 101 to 3-4-22, Oakley District, so a bit of a thumping at Donvale Reserve there. Sketcher is going to get the clearance here. Not too many options to go to. Good spoil there from Cal Verrill on Matt Clark, and it was right in front of the Rowville bench, right in front of his coach, who would be very happy with that. And it's a boundary throw in here.
So they've just done extremely well to hold up under this pressure that Noble Park have put them under and be able to score their own way.
As Showmakers gets the tap down here, looking for Martini. Quaife got there first, but forces out of bounds there.
But they've got numbers. They've constantly got 2 and 3 numbers at every contest, Rowville, and Noble Park can't cope with that at the moment.
So boundary throw in here. Showmakers against Beach. Beach gets front position, but Showmakers from behind gets the tap. It looks set to be Quaife who gets the clearance. No, it's Ali Zijo. It's just going to trickle out of bounds once again. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, we've played just under 23 minutes here. Rowville 7-8-50, leading Noble Park 5-4-34.
I think we're probably looking at a 26, 27-minute quarter here.
You're the expert with that.
You are the expert as Chris Orton-Milne gets the clearance here. Cal Verrill, who's had a good couple of minutes here, nearly got the intercept. Handball here to Cooper McDonald, who gets the handball in the direction of Nashwood. He's looking to go inside 50 here. Mav Taylor nearly took the mark. It's going to trickle out the back here. Luke Bull is out the back, but it's going to...
Brash, even that play then, everything Rowville's doing is measured.
Yep.
They're not panicking, they've measured.
And that's
Nash Wood's influence as well. I thought has been really strong in especially this third quarter.
as Matt Evans will go up and ruck against Kieran Byers here. Bit of a bandage on his head there as Evans goes off the ground, but just couldn't get the bounce, and it's just a minor score. Rowville 7-9-51, Noble Park 5-4-34, just under 24 minutes played here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the third quarter.
The Noble Park certainly can't afford to give up one more goal in this quarter as we go boundary side. Jared Beanland.
It's thankfully eased off for now, but I'm still expecting it to come down a little bit during the final quarter, given that's what the forecast was at the start of the game.
So Sketcher's long kick out of the back line. It's a turnover as a mark to Rowville. Short kick to Verrill. Plays on and kicks it inside 50. It's a long kick up towards the top of the goal square. Sketcher again. Who wanted to pass it off, but instead kicked it down the line. But Rowville have some numbers and did really well there. Was Noblet. Made a real contest without the numbers and running into a tackle. Quaife wraps up his opponent in Wood, and we'll get a ball up right in front of us. 24, almost 25 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So we said it's a 17-point lead to Rowville. Conditions are hard to score in this though, so another goal would make it quite difficult for the Bulls. Big tackle on Ali Zijai by Horton Milne. We'll end up with another stoppage. Brush, a minute left, you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon so. Minute half.
So here's a chance. It's a free kick to Rowville. Advantage play on for Martini inside 50. If he can fall out the back to Evans, it can't. Morrison is in front position. Did well enough, but picking up cleanly there. Arundel. Hand pass it off to Taylor. Very slippery ball. But they've done well here to keep it inside their attacking half.
Arundel was 5 yards behind the contest, but within a twinkling of an eye, he's gained 2 metres and nearly created an opportunity
They're
for
working
the Rowville
really hard.
forwards.
So ball brought back into play. Evans here in the ruck, and Byers for the Bulls. Trying to get their way through here. Noble Park. It's a clear out from Noblet up towards a pack of players, but Rowville just have all the numbers, and inside 50, a bit of a wild kick. Doing well there was Gaines. Smothered it forward to himself. Now kicks it off the ground. It's not going to go that far as Wood picks it up cleanly. Very smart kick into the direction of Taylor and takes the mark.
Taylor.
And well done by Wood, though, to just to lower the eyes and put it on his chest. And Taylor is just leading the ball
This is a
fantastically.
very important kick in contest of the game.
Well, he's kicked 4
Yeah,
already
if he
this
can kick
afternoon.
this one, it's really going to be a battle for Noble Park to get back in.
Absolutely. So, very tough angle.
Right, and the Noble Park interchange bench here.
Certainly a tough kick, but if anyone can do it, it's Taylor. He's kicked 4 already for goal number 5. It's good off the boot, and he loves it. Fists are up, and Rowville have a commanding lead now. 8-9-57, leading Noble Park 5-4-34. 27 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this third term, Ray Bed.
Look, you go back to that game, Rowville and Balwyn last year when he kicked 7 goals. This effort today in these conditions is equally as good as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, absolutely. He's just a beautiful kick of the ball, isn't he, Josh?
Yeah, right.
And he's just leading so well. It's the confidence that he's playing with right
Could
now.
that be a contender for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day?
It would be,
Certainly could.
Yes,
It would be in chance for the player of the day, too.
He
the
could
sports
be a
guy,
very
so.
big chance as Sketcher nearly picking up the ball there. It's Horton Milne instead, who's immediately under pressure from the Rowville midfielder and holding the ball. Brooke Colclough will get the ball here and look to go inside 50 once more. Left football in a dangerous spot. Powell couldn't take the mark. Out the back here for Rowville. Noble have the numbers though, and Jake Gaines just kicks it to pretty much thin air. Harley Fairbank doing well to nearly pick up
So
the ball.
their forwards are smart, though. They will stay on the ground level because they know it's a hard ball to mark in these conditions, and it is going to hit the ground.
So it's a boundary throw in here. Showermakers against Byers. This time a really good game for Showermakers, who gets the 2-fister there. Looking for Ali Zijai, who applies the pressure on Chris Horton-Milne, and it's a ball up inside Rowville's forward. 45 here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. They're leading by 23 points now. 28 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. A good tap there from Showermakers looking for Zijai. It's Lachlan McDonald who's going to get the ball and kick it out of bounds on the full there. We might have to wait a little while for the ball once more.
Brash, you mentioned that just after half time that they Coldclough had to tighten up on Horn Mill. He's done that, and he's running with him the whole time.
So Luke Ball will take the free kick here, looking for a big pack there. Good spoils from behind. Horn Melbourne picks up the crumbs. A couple of one-on-ones there, nearly taking the mark there was Hall. Farrell picks up the crumbs. Brolick, the handball there in the direction of his teammate. It's going to go out of bounds on the full, though. Not the greatest.
In the
kick
AFL,
there.
that would have been deliberate.
That's true. Very much so. As the free kick here going in the direction of Jack Francis. He's looking to go inside 50 here. It's all Rowville, though, and Showmakers. A good overhead mark, especially with...
Could have raffled that one.
That was a waste of a kick. It was a waste of... It was a nothing kick.
Well, look at the numbers there for the Hawks.
As Farrell gets the kick away. Look at the numbers here for Noble, though, and it just trickled out the back here, and it's going to go out of bounds here to the hands of Jake Gaines. So
the other thing I've noticed with Rowville at stoppages and clearances, they've got a 360-degree coverage, and they're not allowing any loose ball to go in any direction for Noble Park.
So Evans against Beach here. Beach got a decent fist forward, but Rowville, I beg your pardon, are going to get the kick clear here. Lachlan McDonald in a 2-on-1 in favour of Noble. Chris Horton-Milne is going to get the ball here. Handball it to Lachlan McDonald, who's got Tom Glenn all on his own. Plenty of space for Glenn. Under pressure there from Josh Clark, and not the greatest kick inside 50 again, Brash.
He couldn't go to the goal square because Rowville had two players in the goal square. He had to go to that side.
That's because they haven't got a key forward, Noble Park.
Quick score check, three-quarter time at East Burwood Reserve. East Burwood 9-12-66. Waverley Blues 10-5-65 out there.
So they've hit the lead as we come to the 30-minute mark of this third quarter out at Pat Wright Senior Oval. As the kick socket off the ground here for Rowville. Who can get there first? It is Noble Park who pick the ball up cleanly. Their kick towards their teammate there in Quave.
Well done.
Oh, well done there by Coldclough. Did well, picked it up.
Well done,
passed
Joey.
it over the top to Arundel. He's got Bull to compete with. And Bull should be able to recover here as he passes off to Quave, and they move the ball down the line. And a mark here by Jack Francis. Can't be long left. 31 minutes gone in this third term. Short pass. And they almost hit up their target in Nobler, but it bounced off his chest. McDonald was quick to pick up the ball, kicked it towards Taylor. Some numbers here for Noble Park should win out. And here's Quake. We'll switch it to the far side. Mark taken by McDonald. They'll kick it down the line, looking for his team out there in Marson. But he's well beaten by McDonald, and the ball
once again, they've gone to the pockets instead of going down the corridor because they got nobody there.
And McDonald's had a lot of possessions in this quarter, but he's been forced wide on every occasion.
Now they're going to have to switch something up in this last term if they are to come back and win this game, as they go inside 50 now, punched away in the direction of Brolick. He'll soccer it towards the boundary line, and they're happy to just run this quarter out.
I think
they have a handy 23-point lead, Brush.
The most important thing, Ryan, is the fact that if Noble Park have to take the corridor on in the last quarter, that's going to play right in Rowville's hands because they've been controlling the corridor for the afternoon.
So ball brought back into play. Come to 32 minutes in this third term. I reckon that's the furthest you've ever been off one.
I know.
I'm very surprised. There's picking up cleanly there was Glenn. He'll go inside 50. Is our late chance out the back. Punched away towards the boundary line. Picking up there is Hall. He's certainly surrounded by defenders as they clear it out of their back half. They've just been under so much pressure, but they've done so well. Mav Taylor's handball out. There's a bit of a turnover as Noble Park look to go inside with Powell. Kicking it down on that far wing again towards the corner. Brolick clears it. Ahead of Sketcher as towards his teammate, but it's cut off. And Noble. It's a costly place to turn over the ball. And here's a chance now for the Hawks over the top. Here we go. One bounce. Let go of it. Almost caught. Throws it onto the right boot. How's the bounce? It's there. And almost made a meal of it. But Arundel finishes the job. And
he had to bounce it. He had to bounce it because he run too far enough anyway, but it wasn't a favourable bounce.
He did all right in the end, and they recover.
He did.
And 9-9-63 the Hawks. That's a killer to the Bulls. 5-4-34, 33 minutes gone in this last
Exactly my point, Ray.
On the Bendigo Bank
Rowville
scoreboard.
have controlled the corridor. Another dangerous play by Noble Park has become brought them undoing again.
And one thing I noticed, while the ball was up in the defence for Rowville, they kept the ball in play. All the time, at all costs, they kept the ball in play because they're confident enough to bring it out.
Jackson Sketcher just thumps it inside 50 here, nearly taking the mark there. Clark, Benjamin Marston nearly got the free kick there, but didn't. And Calvel is going to win the foot race here against Harley Fairbank, but Fairbank applied really good pressure there, and will look to get the ball forward as it's just going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in here. 34 minutes played.
Gee, I reckon I could have packed a cut lunch for 34 minutes. My God.
As Beach and Showmakers go at it again. Beach looking to go inside 50 here. Nashwood against Lachlan Quaife just outside 50. A good pressure applied, and Rowville looks set to go further forward here. Arundel, who kicked the last goal, couldn't control it, could Nashwood, but gets the kick off the ground here. And inside forward 50, all on his own, is Jai Colclough, who's looking to evade Anthony Marston. Brilliant pressure, though, from Marston. And Tom Glenn will take the advantage. Short option here for Lachlan McDonald. Gets the handball to Chris
Stop the
Londell,
net tracks.
That's great pressure applied from Rowville, but they get it further forward here to Noble Park. Harley Fairbank couldn't take the mark, and a push further forward here. Jackson Sketcher, short chipping ball. A good intercept mark taken though by Zach Greaves, as there's the third-quarter time siren. A 35-minute quarter out here at the ball ring, as Rowville have extended their advantage even further. A couple of tied bodies out there. 9-9-63 the Hawks to Noble Park. 5-4-34 Ryan Long, the major goal kickers.
For the Hawks, it's Mav Taylor starring with 5 goals, and they've had singles to McDonald, Zijai, Davey, Arundel. And for the Bulls, I haven't got their goal list in front of me, Josh. Apologies. Jackson Sketcher, Marston, Fairbank.
Jackson Sketcher
Clark.
with 1, Benjamin Marston, Harley Fairbank with 1, Matthew Clark with 1.
Look, that quarter was all Rowville. Look, Noble Park only kicked 2 points to 4 goals too. That tells the story.
Absolutely. So big third term there for the Hawks. We'll be back for the last quarter of this Eastland match of the round after the break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Rowville versus Noble Park in this round 1 Premier Division clash, and it is the Hawks at three-quarter time 9-9-63 leading the Bulls 5-4-34 after a commanding third term. Josh, I believe you've got some around the ground scores.
I do indeed. Premier Division first up, Doncaster 6-5-41 trailing Norwood 13-9-87. Still no updates from Vermont and Berwick, and Doncaster East Park Orchards will go down into first division. Of course, we've got the East Ringwood South Croydon game a little later on. First division Croydon 4-3-27 trailing Moorbark 11-13-79. So I think we can presume Moorbark are home there out of Croydon Oval. Beaconsfield 8-5-53, Bayswater 2-5-17, Montrose 6-12-48. More inaccuracy from the Demons. South Belgrave 10-6-66. Wanturna South 9-14-68, holding a slender advantage over Mitcham 9-9-63 out there at Walker Reserve. So a grandstand finish potentially out there as we'll go into second division. The Basin 5-10-40 trailing Mulgrave 8-15-63. Waverley Blues have hit the front against Eastbourne at 11-5-71 to 9-12-66. Templestowe 9-8-62 leading Ringwood 5-3-33. No updates from Heathmont, Baronia and Knox Upper Ferntree Gully into third division. Coldstream have rushed out to a bit of a lead here 10-10-70 to 7-9-51 over Warrandyte. Donvale still 15-11, 101 to 3-4-22 over Oakley District. Whitehorse 5-6-36. They're now trailing by 48 points to Fairpark 12-12-84.
That's big.
Ferntree Gully 13-12-90 to 6-8-44. Sylvan into fourth division. Still no update from Nutter White in Croydon North Hemlock. Kilsyth 12-11, 83 to 3-4-22. Forest Hill and Scoresby mounting a comeback here 4-8-32. Surrey Park 7-13-55. So potentially a grandstand finish out there.
I don't know, that's still a bit of a margin.
But 4 goals, mate, that's not going to be grandstand.
Before we go down to the boundary, Ray, your thoughts on that third quarter, because it was dominated by the Hawks.
It was all Rowville, but one thing that we haven't mentioned, boys, we've played 3 quarters of football and Noble Park haven't scored a goal in 2 of them. And that's the big thing. You know, there's no consistency there.
It is a worry, and you're right, they don't have too many key targets up there, which is a bit of an issue, and a lot of those goals in that second quarter came when it was a bit of a dry conditions, and you had those influence from guys like Sketcher in the midfield really stamping their authority. As we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Work rate that you guys have been showing towards this third quarter.
Yeah, it was really pleasing to see. We went into a bit wet weather mode. Obviously the condition played a part today, so we just got to keep executing our plan.
How much is going to change for this final quarter?
Not much. You've got to grind it out. Really good side and a really strong attack when we have to.
And apart from Curtis Flakemore, a clean bill of health?
Yeah, mate, a couple of bruises, a couple of cramps, mate, but we're all going well.
As you'd expect. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Jared. They're on the boundary line. They're looking pretty strong at the moment. I can't see any way that the Bulls come back. In these sort of conditions, 5 goals down, it's more like 7.
What I took out of Ben Wise then was the fact that he's still very wary that Noble Park could come back. So, you know, the game's not over yet.
That's right.
I mean, like I said, and the thing is once again, I mean, a good coaches are not going to disrespect the opposition because exactly that. They know they beat Noble Park 3 times, but they had to work exceptionally hard last year to beat them by 3 times.
Quick score check as well out at North Ringwood. The Saints 6-13-49, Lilydale 3-4-22. So a comfortable advantage there for Lilydale. That's a 3-quarter time score out there. Ryan Long to get us underway in the final quarter between Noble Park and Rowville.
So here we go. Handy lead, 31 points for the Hawks. There's a free kick here awarded. Straight away, so it's a Noble free kick. And going inside 50 here is Beach. They're going to have to take every chance they can get. Marston there couldn't quite take the mark. The kick there was smothered by Fairbank. And we'll get a boundary throw in. Jared?
For the final quarter, the rain has started coming down just a bit heavier now.
Thanks, Jared. There to Carsales on the boundary line. Doing a fantastic job in some tough conditions. Picked the worst day to come back on the boundary line as the ball brought back into play. Falls into the hands of Sketcher, onto the right boot, towards goal. There's your start.
He needed
Fire him up, Jackson. And the Bulls cut that lead back 6-4-40 to Rowville 9-9-63. Within a minute, they had to kick a goal, and they've done just that.
They did that, and the man who did it was Jackson Sketcher. But they can't rely on him. The others have got to step up if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely right. But it's certainly the start they wanted, Josh.
It is indeed, and
23 points. It's still well and truly open. Maybe I spoke too soon.
It's starting to bucket down here, though.
It'll be tough.
As Shoalmakers gets the tap down to Brolick, and it'll be especially tough if Rowville get clearances. Anthony Marston nearly picked up the intercept, but Jai Goldcloud was pressuring well. Lachlan McDonald nearly got the ball. Inside 50, though, goes Brooke Coldcloud. Evades the Rowville forward. Arundel out the back here. Not looking for too many options. He nearly gets a shepherd there from Matt Davey to shepherd it through for a goal, but it's just going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in here for the Hawks. We'll look to immediately respond here.
All they've really got to do is just lock it down their half for a bit.
Yeah.
So it's Evans against Beach in the ruck this time. Evans taking forward ruck duties here. Nearly got the ball there, but Zach Reeves is on hands and knees, and it's just going to be a ball up here, further into Rowville territory. So you're right, though, fellas. They'll want to lock it in their forward half in this final quarter. As Noble looking to get the clearance here, but it's going to trickle out of bounds for a boundary throw in here. Rain continues to come down at the Pat Wright Senior Oval. Ryan Long.
Barona lead by a goal, 57-51, 15 minutes gone in the last quarter.
So a very interesting game happening out there at the hangars. Evans got the tap. Coldcloud is going to get a free kick here. Coldcloud of the Brock variety, and a big chance here for Rowville to respond to nearly 2 minutes after Noble kicked the first goal of the final quarter.
I really like the way that Brock's lifted his game since half time.
He has.
He has.
Now he's just got to ice it with this goal, because that'll be good reward for effort for the hard work that he's put in this second half.
So a reasonable run up here for Brooke Coldcloud. There's a pretty decent mullet on him, pretty decent sleeve on his left side as well. He comes in, Powell manning the mark. It's a bit of a shank off the boot. Is it going to be a mark here for Noble? Rowville? No, it's just going to go through for a minor score. But Rowville, they hold a 4-goal advantage now, 19-64, 6-4-40. We've played just under 3.5 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard at Pat Wright Senior Oval.
So what do Noble have left in them? They do the unthinkable at this stage. The kick down the line to Brolick, bounced off his chest. Tapping it forward there was Clark. Throwing it on the boot there, McDonald. Off to Marson. The kick in front of his teammate there in Francis. If he can keep it in, he's done well there was McDonald, but he's given away a free kick in the process as he tried to corral him out of bounds.
Just a little bit of inexperience there from Cooper McDonald.
So Thomas Glenn now for Noble Park. Kick inside 50 is a beautiful one, and look who it is. It's Jackson Sketcher right on the chest.
Brolick's got to pick him up in that situation, or somebody has.
Jared Beanley just quickly on the boundary.
Yeah, just quickly that free kick there happened to be out in the full. Very unlucky.
Okay.
Sorry there. Well done, Jared.
Good spot. We've missed it. As Jackson Sketcher kicked the first one of the fourth quarter just a couple of minutes ago. He's looking for his second. It's a good-looking kick. He likes it already, and he's keeping the Bulls in it. 7-4-46, trail Rowville 9-10-64. We're coming up to 5 minutes gone in the last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, but look, we knew he had to step up with the absence of Martin and also McDonald, and he certainly has done that today.
He has. Look, he's played a fantastic game.
And is that the worries that he's got to really lift every week to?
I think I was just going to say, can he keep that up every week? Because some of the other guys in that midfield have got to stand up and help.
And I'm saying he won't be able to do it every week.
So Shoalmakers against Beach. Beach got the tap down. Sketcher got the clearance. What a final quarter he's having as the trainer nearly got in the way there. And McDonald is going to pick up the crumbs though. Handball away here to Mitch Shrook. Under pressure. Umpire says play on. It's going to be a holding the man free kick.
Yeah.
And I'm not too sure it's going to go to. It's going to go to Noble's way.
Oh, it's going to Sketcher.
It's going to Jackson Sketcher, who has a chance to kick his third of the quarter already, and we've only played just over 5.5 minutes.
If he kicks this, he'll bring the house down, I reckon.
Well, this is the hardest of the 3 kicks.
And it would be his 4th of the game as well, as he's right near the Noble bench here. Cal Verrill manning the mark. He'll kick from the junction of the 45, and
he's done it again.
He's done it again. He has done it again, Jackson Sketcher. And Noble are back in this game. 8-4-52, Rowville 9-10-64. We've played just 6 minutes here in the final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Look, there's no doubting this guy's ability. He's an absolute superstar, you know, but Rowville's got to man him up, you know.
Well, that's the thing now.
Now you do have
Someone's got to man him up.
So now Ben Wise has to send the message out to the captain, right, who has been playing on him wide this afternoon, to man up and not let him have another touch.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's going to hurt him.
Just quickly around the ground, Scoresby 6-10-46, Surrey 7-14-56 out there at Scoresby Recreation Reserve.
Maybe you're onto something, maybe. There's a ball.
Maybe I was onto a scoop there.
Boundary. No. As we go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Brolick just switched out with Coleclough with the job on Sketcher.
There we go. They've already had to make a couple of changes. Luke Ball here for the Bulls. And running out of bounds there, McDonald will lead to a boundary throw-in.
I would have kept Coleclough on thing, and I would have put Mitch Schrook on him, because Schrook went into the midfield
a bigger
last
body
year.
too.
Yeah, and would be able to run with Sketcher.
The ball brought back into play. Here's Schoenmakers. Fumbled with the ball on the ground level. Martini got his kick forward in the direction of Taylor. Kicked it up, and he picked it up cleanly. Did really well. Passed off to Clark. His kick, though, was smothered, and David couldn't quite make clearance of it as Coleclough just throws it on the boot and kicks it right about on the full. And Noble Park, it's Jackson Sketcher. Someone's telling him to take a shot as he goes down the line to Marson. Punched from behind from McDonald. Falls into the hands of Quaife. His tackle on Brolick will lead to another stoppage in the middle of the ground. So game on. It's only 12 points.
Yeah, and the conditioning of both sides is really starting to tell here.
Absolutely. Sketcher there got his kick just, but he was tackled by Brolick. And now a chance here for Rowville. Kicked out by Schrook. His kick might just trickle into the forward line. Powell kept his feet. They would get to the ball first, but he's beaten now by Coleclough as they just steady with Morrison. It's a high kick. It's a tough one there for Glenn to take, but he does take the mark in the end. Kicks inside 50 to, in the middle of the ground to Casey. His hand passes off and receives it again. Now goes down the line to Byers. Did all right, but the Hawks have got some numbers here. Here's Clark. Surrounded there. Good tackle by Sketcher. And he's given away a free kick here, Clark. Wrapped Marston's neck. And
Cooper McDonald is down in the middle as well.
Can't tell if he's putting the hand up towards the bench, so he might be in trouble. But following the play inside 50, the kick is a beautiful one. Bounce off the chest of Scott. Here he is again. Sketcher picks up the ball, puts it on the boot towards goal, and it is just to the left. And he's on fire, Jackson Sketcher. He's dangerous, as it looks like Cooper McDonald's in a bit of trouble, hobbling off.
Yeah, I think he's
So
got...
Jared, if you can follow that down on the boundary, give him a bit of space, but hopefully not anything too seriously, but certainly did look to be in a bit of discomfort.
It's Jesse Eichhoff with kick-in duties potentially. A handy point for Noble. It's just 11 points now. Nearly taking the mark there, the Rowville man, but couldn't. Trying to go off the ground. It's kicking in danger, and the free kick is going in the direction of Jake Keynes, who gets the handball away here to Ryan Morrison. Sells the candy, but really well done there by Nick Schoenmakers. It's just going to trickle out of bounds. So another Noble forward 50 stoppage.
Scoresby 9 points down, 25 gone. Might be a bit too late.
Yeah, left their run too late.
Yeah,
then again, how would I know? Last quarter went 34 minutes. How did we get 14 minutes of time on in this game?
So Maverick Taylor was in ruck. Noble are going to get the clearance here. Fairbank gets the ball. He goes to the snap. Is it going to be a goal? It's just drifting to the right. And it's a minus score, so Noble moved to 8-6, 54, 9-10, 64 Rowville. Just ticked over 10 minutes here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So most of the goals have been kicked down this end, but it doesn't seem like there's a real wind advantage as such. There's the mark taken there by Verrill. Played well on his debut for the Hawks. His kick, bit of an odd one down the line, and it will just roll out of bounds. So 10.5 minutes gone in this last quarter. Jackson Sketchers kicked, is it 3 this quarter?
I think
3 this quarter, 4 for the game.
And one behind too.
So he's lightening things up at the moment as the ball goes over the top of all heads. Brolick will get there first, picks it up, he's tackled right away. Get it to going forward, Martini in there. There's a good little clash there, Shrook. The ball falls out to, he'll go down the far side to Wood, who takes the mark. And they'll steady going forward in the direction of Arundel. Bounced up into his hands. He's kicked down the line, cut off there by Luke Bull and out of bounds. 11 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Josh, I believe you've got a score for us around the grounds?
East Burwood Reserve, East Burwood 10-14-74, Waverley Blues 13-5-83.
Cool. Could be 3-0 by the end of this afternoon if they get up.
They could be indeed, as Beach Byers got the tap down. Shrook nearly got the clearance, but it's going to be Horton Milne. His kick was smothered though. Did brilliantly there, did Evans. Nashwood looking to go inside 50. It's going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw in here. Or in fact, it's a free kick going in the direction of Noble Park. Chris Horton Milne will take the free kick. Plenty of options. Good fist forward there from Nathan Noblet. Ben Marson tries the spin move. He gets the handball away, and Noble will push further forward. Looking for the intercept here is Ryan Hall, who gets the high up and under kick away. Lachlan McDonald underneath this. Shrugged off there by Anthony Brolick, and it's just going to trickle out of bounds here for boundary throw-in. Boundary side, Jared Beanland.
Cooper McDonald should be good to come back into the ground at some point during this quarter.
That's good to hear.
That's great.
Certainly nothing too serious. South Belgrave up by 16 points out at Montrose.
Handy advantage there for the Saints over the Demons as Noble looks set to get the clearance here through Lachlan McDonald, who goes inside 50. A thumping kick from behind there was Greaves. Great pressure provided by the Noble forwards. They're going to get the ball clear here. No, they won't. Cal Verrill under pressure from Lachlan Quaife. Gets the ball away to Jesse Harco, but in the direction of Harley Fairbank, who kicks the goal, and it's down to 4 points. 9-6-60, Rowville 9-10-64. The Bulls are coming hard here, and we've played just under 13 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the final quarter.
And that was Fairbank's 3rd goal for the game, so he's done very well.
Oh, incredible. They've marched their way back in the game, and their forward pressure is really picked up in this last quarter, and they're under the pump, this Rowville back 6. And a lot of it has to do with the midfield dominance in this last quarter from Noble Park.
Exactly
They've got on top.
This is the opposite, really, of the Noble Rowville game last year.
It's what a rival this has become. Ball back in the middle. Byes trying to get it going forward. There's McDonald, and here's Sketcher. Sends it long towards goal. Just to the left. Oh, Jesus. 9-7-61. They trail Rowville 9-10-64. 13.5 minutes gone. Geez, he's red hot, Jackson.
Matt Davey looking a little ginger there as well.
Well, they can't go into their shell now, Rowville. The game can't just be held on for another 15 minutes.
They've got to go on their terms.
Score check around the grounds, Coldstream 13-10-88 to Warrandyte 9-10-64. As the ball is kicked out here, Noble looking to go inside 50 once more. Horton Milne kicks it out of bounds on the full. Boundary side, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, you spotted that. Josh Matt Davey was in a bit of trouble there. He's just been helped from the ground.
And Don Val as well, 18-19, 127. Oakley District for 6:30 is a short kick there from Zach Greaves to Ryan Hall in the back pocket, who goes a much longer kick. Noble player got the spoil there. It's out the back here, and providing the pressure there was Jake Arundel. Just the ball up here. Still in Noble's attacking half, trailing by 3. They've come from the clouds in this final quarter, and there's still plenty of time remaining as it's a blood rule here. Not too sure who for though.
I believe that's Kane Young. He doesn't believe there's much, but
he's still forced to go off. That's another blood rule, I believe, as well for Kane Young, as we wait for him to hop off the ground. Another 3rd division score as well. Ferntree 16-14, 110. Sylvan 8-9. 57 out there at Wally 2 Reserve.
And Baronia hold on out at H.E. Parker by 5 points. So pretty competitive performance there from Heathmont.
Very promising sides as Matt Evans got the tap down, but Noble Park going to get a clearance. Chris Horton Milne, who stepped up in this final quarter, out the back here for Stainthorpe, who just thumps it out of bounds on the fall. And guess who's got the ball in hand for this free kick? Jackson Sketcher. What a final quarter he's had. Even if they lose Noble Park, he still could get Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. He's a contender, that's for sure. As a spoil there from the Rowville defender. Benjamin Marston picks up the ball. Good smother there. A big kick cleared there from Brook Colclough. Out the back here for Rowville. They've got the numbers here. Here's a chance. Maverick Taylor couldn't take control of the ball, though Ryan Morrison, as always, can. Dropped the mark there, did Glenn. Shrew couldn't take the ball. Glenn gets the handball away here to Lachlan Quaife, who's going inside 50 here in the direction of Liam Scott, who looks like he's been thrown forward, and it's just going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw. And they're pressing, though, Noble Park.
Yeah, all of a sudden they're finding targets in their forward 50 that they couldn't find in the first 3 quarters.
Looking a lot more dangerous, as we said. 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ball brought back into play. Evans here for Rowville, tapped backwards. Sketcher was almost there. It was Casey, though, who picked it up and passed it off. And they hit up Quaife, but there must have been a bounce there. We had a bad view from behind as the ball will be balled up here on the arc.
Quick score check around the grounds. Berwick 11-11, 77. Vermont 10-12, 72 out there. Vermont Recreation.
So watch here. Here's ball. Passed it off to a teammate there in McDonald. Got past one, but the smother was good there by Rowville. Picked up by Casey. Throws it onto the boot into the hot spot. Up there was Brolick. Did well. Clears it out. And now in the chance for Arundel. He can run onto it. He's beaten here by his opponent. And into the middle goes Gaines. He got past one. Now inside 50. Be a hard one to mark out the back. Punched away. Running into space there is Clark. He looks very tired, though. Sort of got a pass forward. Turning it over, McDonald. Inside to guess who? Jackson Sketcher. And over the top, Noblett's there, but chooses to ignore him. And
he's taking on the responsibility here.
Well, why wouldn't you? When
exactly.
You've kicked 3 goals in the last quarter.
4 goals for the match.
4 goals for the game.
When you're the man, you're the man.
He has this game by the scruff of the neck right now, Jackson Sketcher.
Yep.
And if he kicks this, they will be in front for the first time since the 2nd quarter. It's up towards the top of the square, come off the boot a bit. Bounce out, socket off the ground. And just a minor score there by Jack Francis on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 9-8-62 the Bulls trail the Hawks 9-10-64. 18.5 minutes gone in this last quarter.
And the way it's panned out, I just can't see Rowville getting a goal. They've just lost all their confidence, everything.
Kick in here, Zach Greaves. That's a really good mark there under pressure, Greaves. But he immediately played on when he didn't really have to. Evades the Noble defender. Brook Colclough gets it on the boot, but it's smothered, and Noble looks set to pick up the ball here through Ryan Morrison. Gets the handball away here, but Matt Evans couldn't pick up the ball here for Rowville. It's out the back here. Jackson Casey gets the handball away to Ryan Morrison. In the middle of the ground here is Jack Francis. Big chance here for Noble to go forward. He takes his time though. He took too slow indeed, Brash. He goes out wide looking for Lachlan Quaife. Couldn't take the mark. Under pressure are the Noble forwards from Rowville's defence. Lachlan McDonald gets the kick inside 50. Calvell with the intercept. He's had a solid debut, just thumps it into the middle of the ground. Riet Powell gets the spoil away there. Luke Ball under Rowville pressure. Brilliant Rowville pressure and holding the ball. Free kick here going in the direction of, I think that's Martini, who's had a pretty decent debut for Rowville. He's looking to go inside 50 here. Not a whole lot of options. Mav Taylor couldn't take the mark. Gets the spoil instead, though. Shrew chasing the ball there, as is the Noble man. I think Josh Tour. She's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw in here inside Rowville's attacking 45.
They're going to want to score because Noble Park will get another chance here. Yeah. There's still plenty of time.
If they kick a goal here, it would just calm them down a little bit, as Beach got the tap down there. Getting the intercept there was Anthony Brolick. Trying to evade a couple of tacklers was Nash Wood. Umpire says holding the ball. Chris Horn-Milner's going to get the free kick here. Bit ginger to get up there is Nash Wood. He's calling for the trainer, it looks like. Meanwhile, Horn-Milne looks to go further forward, and a nearly good mark taken there from Stainthorpe. It's out the back here. All numbers belong to Rowville, and Ryan Hall chipping kick over the top there. A good kick over the top. And it's in the direction of Matt Davey, who'll look to calm the game down here. The forwards coach of Rowville, Ryan.
Yeah, Noble Park. Sorry, Josh, I was just updating you the score there for everyone at home listening on the radio. They trail 9-8-62 to Rowville 9-10-64 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Sorry for cutting you off there.
That's all good.
They've got to kick a goal out of this stoppage. They must, otherwise they're not going to win this game.
We've just ticked into time on here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as well. So, wonder how long this quarter will go for as Showmakers and Beach. Beach got the tap down looking for Casey. Davey tried to pick up the ball. Forces it out of bounds though. Jared Bainland boundary side.
Yeah, Nashwood has limped off the ground and he's getting some attention from the trainers right now. Hopefully nothing too serious.
So boundary throw in now. Showmakers against Beach. It's been a pretty good duel all day. Beach gets the tap down. Glenn gets the clearance in the direction here of Jackson Casey, who's in the middle of the ground and got plenty of space. Ben Marston is out behind and he takes the mark. So a big chance here for Benjamin Marston, who has only kicked the one goal all day to give Noble Park the lead for the first time since the second quarter. Good mark in the end from Ben Marston. A lucky mark, you could argue, is a bit of a short run up here for, well, one of the Marston boys. Of course, there's only two. Jordan Marston isn't playing today. He comes in. This would be a big goal and would make it hard for Rowville. Comes in, and he's got it! Ben Marston has given Noble Park the lead. 10-8-68, Rowville 9-10-64. 22 minutes played here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the fourth quarter.
What a final quarter, boys.
Now it's up to Rowville. They've got to show character
Center
now.
clearance.
They've got to kick the next goal. You know, put their heads up. Don't put your head down. You've controlled most of the game.
Well, is there a chance that maybe they've just been playing to defending to win? Now they've got to actually win it. Is this their chance now?
Exactly,
they can start to win the ball out of the middle?
Oh, I think they've still. I think they've still been attacking Rowville. I just think that Noble Park have just started to run a bit more.
So ball back in the middle. Noble Park lead by 4 points. Brolick gets the ball on the boot, but it's smothered there by Casey. Horton Milne couldn't pick it up. And there he is again, Jackson Casey. Passed it off to Jackson Sketcher, who's been everywhere. Kick towards Clark. Mark not taken, fell through the hands. Here for Rowville is Ryan Hall. And he's tackled right away there by Glenn. They seem to get away with it going down the line. And the boundary line will win. Oh, there'll be a free kick here actually to Matt Davey. So Davey has the ball here on the far side. 23 minutes gone. 10-8-68 the Bulls. The Hawks 9-10-64.
Score check around the grounds. Templestowe 10-11-71. Ringwood 6-3-39. So you think the Dockers would be home out there.
That's done.
That's done.
That's done, Josh. As Davey
the
here.
Curse continues at Templestowe.
Got to move the ball. 24, coming up to 24 minutes gone. The kick's a turnover here. And Luke Ball on the chest takes the mark. And he tells everyone to get down. He's going to send it long. The boundary line will be their friend. Towards a Packer player. Rowville got some numbers, but out the back here, if he can pick it up, here's a chance to Noble. Inside 50, Clark's there. So's Fairbank. It'll fall in the hands of Clark. Hand passes it off to Quave. He's got a ball here, passes it off to a teammate.
Here we
and
go.
here's a chance for Horton Mill to finish it.
Oh, he could have
He's
iced
to the
game
right,
then.
so they stay alive, the Hawks. 10-9-69, Noble Park. Lead Rowville 9-10-64.
We couldn't have another kick after the siren, could we, on a match of the round?
We would be pretty incredible for the first 3 weeks.
There's the kick in here from Jesse Eichhoff looking for Josh Clark, but guess who? Jackson Sketcher is there. He gets the kick away somehow, looking for Tom Glenn. A good mark taken there from Glenn in front of Matthew Martini. Limping a little bit is Glenn, as is Jackson Sketcher, as you would expect he would. He's had a massive game, a massive final quarter. Glenn's looking to go inside 50 here for Noble Park. It's all Rowville though. Good spoil there from Kane Young in the direction of Cal Verrill.
Oh, no.
Not a greatest handball though from Verrill. Young gets the kick away. It's all Noble Park. It's just going to go out of bounds for a boundary throw, and as the rain starts to bucket down here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Noble Park holding a 5-point lead, 10-9-69. Rowville 9-10-64. Ticked over 25 minutes here in the final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Showmaker's got the tap. Sketcher got the clearance, but in the direction of Brolick, who got the kick off the ground. He'll get the kick off the ground again. But they're going to go inside 50 here. Noble Park through Tom Glenn. Stainthorpe nearly took the mark. Fairbank was there. Clark couldn't pick up the ball. It's going to go in the direction of Ben Marson here, but he shrugged off the ball. Verrill's looking to pick up the ball. It's pressure aplenty here inside the Noble Park forward 50, and it's just going to be a ball up.
The next goal for Noble Park will win the game, I think.
It will.
It can't be long left.
Even in their attacking half, they're in their attacking half as well on Noble Park, and in these conditions, it's tricky for Rowville to push it forward, but CJ is going to get the clearance here. Two Noble players spoil it. Martini, a good tackle applied. Umpire says play on. It's out the back here for Brock Holclow. Couple of one-on-ones. Maverick Taylor against Ryan Morrison. Not too many options in the handball there from Anthony Morrison. It could have been a throw, but umpire was blindsided. Luke Ball trying to get the ball forward. Lachlan Quaife, he gets the ball in the direction of his teammate. Jackson Casey is all on his own. He's going back here.
No rush, there's no rush.
He can take his time. There was a man, Hudson Thomas, I think that was, offering the lead, but he's going to kick the ball here from right on the Noble Park interchange gate. He still is taking his time. He does go to the goal square. Hartley Fairbank nearly took the mark. It's all plenty of Noble and Rowville players on the ground. Jackson Sketcher, this would be fitting if he finished it off. He doesn't though, but it's a handy point. It's a 1-goal game. 10-10 Noble Park, Rowville 9-10-64, just under 27 minutes played here in the final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, boys, you'd think they probably can't lose it from here. Maybe a draw, but there cannot be much longer. 27 minutes gone in this last quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a 6-point lead to Noble Park. The long kick out for Rowville. Here's a chance for Davey. Sockers it. Oh, missed it by the foot. And Noble Park have got some numbers here to recover. They're under a lot of pressure, though. The short kick cut off. Ball hits the ground, flying around, picking it up cleanly there, Noble Park. Got it going forward, got it past Cooper McDonald. Couldn't pick it up there was Hall.
Oh.
And under a lot of pressure now, Fairbank socket off into the ground. Running onto it is Thomas, picks it up, puts it on the boot, and it's home! The Bulls are home too. 12-point Noble Park lead.
And they're up.
What a finish there by Hudson Thomas, and what a final term. 11-10-76, they lead Rowville 9-10-64. We've gone 28 minutes gone in this last quarter, and that's all she wrote, boys.
It's actually hard to fathom that a side that it's gone goalless for 2 quarters
can go on that sort of run.
Win this game.
They've kicked all 11 goals to this end of the ground.
Amazing game, this really.
And we said it was over at 3/4 time.
Well, we did, because the way the game was panning out.
It looked dead. It looked dead after that 3/4.
43 points to just the one behind, I think, this quarter, as well as Beach gets the tap in the direction of Jackson Sketcher. Brolick is on hands and knees. Colcloug's on hands and knees, but Noble working hard this final quarter, and McDonald is going to push it further forward here. Fairbank and Kane Young in the foot race there. Young nearly picks up the ball. Good pressure applied by Fairbank, and Matthew Clark isn't just going to be a stoppage. Forward half for Noble Park. What a final quarter they've had. I think it's the 7 goals this final quarter, 6 or 7 goals this final quarter, and they haven't conceded one as well. They have fought back brilliantly as Jackson Casey just trying to bullock his way through there. Anthony Brolick still working hard, as he always does, pushing it further forward. Out the back here, it's all Noble. Josh Tour gets the handball away to Ben Marson, and short chipping ball here in the direction of Lachlan McDonald, who's had a pretty solid game as well. He's going to take plenty of time off the clock. You would think there's not too much longer, although based on the final quarter, last quarter, there could be a bit more time. It's out the back here. It's all Rowville. Ryan Hall getting the handball away there. Jack Francis trying to take control of the ball. He nearly got the kick away. It's a holding the man free kick though, and Jack Francis, he is going to get a chance to, well, essentially add the cherry on top for this game for Noble Park.
And the umpires just made it an absolute certainty.
I think that was umpire dissent, actually.
It was.
So
That's exactly what it was.
So Rowville have...
It's a bit of frustration after what's unfurled in this last quarter.
So they've somewhat lost their marbles here. Have Rowville as Jack Francis is going to get kicked. He's going to get his marching orders straight to the goal square here. And this is going to take his time, pull the socks up. I'm not too sure what else to say here.
I've seen a mist from here.
You never know. He could miss. You wouldn't think so though. Although commentator's curse could come into play here. Comes in, a very, very slow approach, and he does kick it. So Noble extend their advantage to 18 points, 12-10, 82 to Rowville, 9-10-64. Just over 30 and a half minutes played here in this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Cherry on top there for Noble Park as we go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, there was a player down for quite a while for Noble Park. Turns out it was Harley Fairbank. He's just come off in the hands of the trainers. Probably won't see him again today, given how little left is left in the game.
They probably won't need him now, Jared.
No, I wouldn't say so.
They certainly won't. Incredible last quarter, 7 goals to 1. We were wondering where the goals were going to come from, but they've just come
Still want to know
from all around the ground.
How are we getting 32, 34-minute quarters here?
So coming up to the 32-minute mark as the ball brought back in the middle. Noble Park with a 3-goal lead in this last quarter now. An incredible comeback. And here's Jackson Casey, who just takes his time as if he's going to take a set shot from the middle of the ground.
He's had a pretty solid day.
He's had a fantastic second half, I thought, going long down the line. Mark almost taken there by Noblet. Again on debut as well. Picked up was Horton Milne. He's kicked off by McDonald. Handballed it off and a snap around the corner. No way!
Yes way!
There's your debut. Nathan Noblet pulls one out of the hat. And Noble Park 13-10-88. 9-10-64 Rowville, and that might be your Tobin Brothers goal.
I tell you what, when things are going your way, they're going your way.
Look at the spin of that ball.
No way known that was going to be a goal.
It's party time out here for Noble Park. I think they've kicked 50 points this final quarter, and they're getting up at about.
I'm sure you can. I don't know if you can hear me on those effects, Mike, but they're up and about. It's a.
And a final score from out at Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Surrey Park have gotten up by 17 points, 63 to 46. So a good win there for the Panthers as Mitch Shrook going to get the clearance here in the direction of Zach Greaves, who's looking to immediately go inside 50. Not a whole lot of options, pal. A really good mark taken there by...
When it's going your way, it's going your way. It is.
You're not wrong there, Ray. And it's another long quarter once again. Just under 33 minutes played. Nathan Noble at the target there. Good spoil, though, from the Rowville defender. And it's going to go out of bounds for a boundary thrown on true centre wing.
Brash, can you believe they're 24 points up?
I can't.
Yeah, they've kicked a point in the quarter, that's all, Rowville.
That's quite remarkable.
I'm going to revisit my timekeeper rules at the end of this game and find out where I'm going
Fair
wrong.
enough, as Byers gets the tap down. Jackson Casey is going to get the clearance here. Trying to go the kick out of thin air. Luke Bulley gets the ball here to Jackson Sketcher, who's going to take his time.
We're not going to have much time to do the awards after, but I think, are we in?
Yeah,
unison?
we need
I think
to get
he's got to be the
Jackson Sketcher's got to get
the Sportsco Eastland player of the
goal
day.
of the day, I don't know.
Nathan Noblet, I reckon, gets the goal of the day. Potentially the last goal as well, as Jackson Casey's got ball in hand. Intercepted there from Stainthorpe, who goes immediately looking for Cal Verrill, who's under pressure from Tom Glenn, forced to get the handball away there to Ali Zijo, who gets the handball in turn to Cal Verrill, but he couldn't pick up the ball. Good pressure applied by Jackson Casey, but too much pressure pushing the back, and Josh Clark is going to go inside 50 here, looking for Matty Davey, but just too powerful the kick and out of bounds for a boundary throw-in in Rowville's forward 50.
All the things that went for Rowville in the third quarter have absolutely deserted them in the last quarter.
Yeah.
They just couldn't, they can't hit a target.
No.
And then on the other hand, for 3 quarters, Noble Park just weren't in the contest. And then all of a sudden, the run of the game has just gone their way and they've taken full control of it.
And there's the siren. Noble Park get their season off on the right foot. A big victory here. Come from behind victory as well. 13-10-88 to 9-10-64 Rowville. They kicked 50+ points that final quarter, did Noble Park. They deserve it based off that final quarter, and they're showing they're potentially the team to beat this year, even without 2 of their stars in Carl Martin and Shane McDonald.
It's funny how quickly the conversation changes. From 3-quarter time, we had a whole different questions about Noble Park, and then they just answered every single one of them in that last quarter.
That's right.
I don't think you'd take too much from that last quarter from Rowville. I think they were pretty tied by, maybe that's it's a round one thing. There's a few sides that struggled to run out those 4 quarters. They were impressive for three terms, and then the margin at the end, they just just had nothing more to give.
And look, Rowville, as far as I'm concerned, look, they didn't lose me at all this afternoon. They played 3 quarters of exceptional football.
Yeah.
And I think with a bit more gaming and match condition, they're okay. I'm prepared to, this was a quarter out of the block there for Noble Park.
Are we sure there was no wind going that direction?
Think so.
The amount of goals down that end, that's 13 goals that Noble kicked to the right, none on the left. I believe Jared Beanland might have a player there with us. We'll find out shortly. But a really impressive final turn from Noble Park, and a great way to celebrate the unfurling of the flag. And I believe Jared's got the man of the moment now, Jackson Sketcher.
Yeah, of course, with Jackson Sketcher here, 4 goals for the game, 3 goals in that final quarter. Crucial performance there. Obviously, the hunger's not been lost after a premiership last year.
Yeah, it's been a big focus for us. It's always good to get that one last year, but it's always hard to go back-to-back in any sport. So, yeah, the fire's still in the belly. I think it proved in that last quarter we never gave in. So, yeah, great performance in the end.
And, of course, with Carl Martin and McDonald as well, not making it up for this game, unfortunately. A bigger load on you. Have you felt that?
Yeah, certainly. And chuck Geordie Marsden in there as well. He's a big barometer for us. But, yeah, 2 great players. And, yeah, you can't really fill their void. But I suppose as long as we can share the load a little bit, yeah, we can go a long way. So, yeah, right with that.
I'll let you get to the boys and enjoy the win, mate. Good game.
Thanks, Jared, and thanks to Jackson. A fantastic game, and we those were the questions of us at the start of the game. How do they cover those losses? And we all knew it was going to come down to whether guys like Jackson can really stand up, and we knew he would, but to the extent that he did in that last quarter, I mean, he carried that side, put him on their back, and he said, yeah, we're not out of this. We might be a few goals down, but let's do something.
Jackson Sketcher is a leader of men.
You're right. Look, every time he gets the ball, as I've said many a time, he gets meterage. He runs with the ball, but his goal kicking also, those first 3 goals in that last quarter, they never looked like missing.
Yeah, and let's go quickly around the grounds for some results. So, let's start Premier Division. Out of Tramps Reserve, Norwood 17-16, 188 to Doncaster 7-6-48. So, a comfortable victory in the end for the Norsemen out there. And Vermont and Berwick, it's 72-77 Berwick's way. We still haven't gotten an update from out at Doncaster Eastern Park Orchards. And of course, we've got the latest start out at East Ringwood Reserve. Croydon Moorbark hasn't changed, 79-27. Moorbark leading Beaconsfield 67-36 over Bayswater. South Belgrave leading over Montrose 95-75 out there. We've got a final score at Wanta South Mitcham 109-92.
Well, they've run away winners,
they've won away. Bet you enjoy that. As North Ringwood as well, they've gone up 63-36 out of Quamby Reserve into second division. The Basin, while their scores have glitched, but I think Mulgrave might have gotten the win there. 69 last score for the Basin was 31. As we're going to have to go.
That's it for us. We were a bit under the pump with a big third quarter in time-wise. Thanks to everyone here: Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, Lee Green, Josh Ward, Jared Beanland on the boundary line, Megan Green. Everyone's done a fantastic job today. It's Noble Park running away winners by 24 points.
He's a superstar, this man. Wow. Okay.